It's your color.
It's fun. Yeah, worst comes to worst, you lose your home, you can live in this, you know.
One,
Good enough.
two, one,
It's two
three,
seats,
four.
but they go back.
Well then, let's do it.
Let's get it. Let's make it happen. I'm excited.
Dues payer. All right, I'll see you. The great Dan from Nice Podcast Stupid. Hold on. Greg Lambert. How's the arm? Fragile bones. He'll slowly. It's getting there. Clay Dabu. Good luck, John. Thank you, my buddy.
Hold
$2
on.
ball washer. Ash agrees.
Yeah. He says it's getting there. You need surgery. What are you talking about? It's not getting there. You have to get it fixed.
I'm not 100% sure. My doctor, Dan, stupid, said.
Do shows and extorts high for high fee. I don't know. I'm not getting involved with all that. I do want to say thank you to my guests, Vince the Dwarf, and I want to say thank you to $2 Dan from Nice Podcast Stupid. I certainly want to thank all of you generous super chatters like Bo Beatington, my man, and Jimmy Drunk, my man, and Sorcerer, my man. And I'm sorry if I leave anybody out, but all you generous people.
Sorry, I got so many men in my life.
But gaslighting douchebag. All you guys who have super chat me, and even the $2, everything helps. I appreciate it. And I will see you tomorrow. This is Stuttering John saying, Gigia.
Yeah, my man equals, where'd that go? People that give him money. Yep. Fantastic package, boys.
Is that right?
Fantastic. Oh, what is this?
Hey, how are you? Garrett, Corey, and John. This is the world famous Stuttering John Melendez.
Wow.
Happy Easter.
I mean, look at that.
Look, his liver spots had a family, and they moved away on the other side of his forehead.
It's hard to see, but there are gigantic eyebrow hairs.
Sure,
there.
you can't
Just-
find until
can
you try.
see these?
No, I can't.
Let's see if I can get that.
True.
And the coin slot on his
I'm gonna
fucking
have to
head.
go try.
Like, this is what he looks like without the filter.
Hey, it's the world
Let's go
famous
try.
filterless John.
Let's go fly, everybody.
Wonderful.
That glazing washed out of his hair too.
Whoa! Whoa! Wow, that thing should be under a microscope. What the
I
fuck?
first want to say to you, and thank you so much for ordering a cameo. Let's see, you say we effing love you. I love you too. With the last connection to the old days who stayed true. I still do my show, man. You should tune in. It's a shame Howard doesn't do the. I get changing, but I think it's odd to not have guys like Jackie back and me and Artie just,
Jackie was bad.
for a day or two.
Jackie
just
had his
to
own
talk.
show on the channel. Yeah, Joke Hunt. It's great.
His hair is great, but on the podcast, is there a filter to make your hair look? Yeah. I mean,
That's
the
interesting.
thing we just watched, his hair was brownish.
Oh, also, look how pale he is. Look at his, like, gray skin.
His eyes are like
I
3
could
feet
believe it,
into his
man.
skull.
This place is
Sunken
this
in.
place is haunted.
Well, that's why his eyebrows or eyelashes look so weird because
Yeah.
the lid
socket.
is down up, and they curl up.
There's ghosts around these parts.
It's like
man.
it's like somebody's lawn that they just stopped maintaining.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
The good old days. And you guys value that like gold. Well, thank you so much, man. If you're really going back on, please let us know. We won't puss out and just kiss his phony Hollywood ass. F Jackie, F AJ, along with John. Yeah, I'll every April 1st, every April Fool's Day, I always say it's been going on for 10 years. I always say I got a call from Baba Booey and he asked me to come on the show. And then everybody gets their hopes up, and I'm just doing an April Fool's prank.
No, nobody is.
But I do realize, like, when I say it, people really do want something like that to happen. And no, I wouldn't kiss any.
The only person that gets their hopes up is John.
Right.
When he puts that in his head that Baba Booey's going to call him and tell
He's
him.
the only one that wants it to happen. Believe me, Gary,
Who else
Howard,
are they
none
gonna
of them
close?
want John back in the line.
God damn it.
Anyone's else. I would call them all out. And I would bust Baba Booey's ass for that pitch he did
Oh,
at Citi
That's
Field.
timely.
With the first pitch. That's one of my
It's just my friend Carl who lives there.
regrets of not being there for Baba Booey's first pitch. You know?
Again,
Baba Booey
this
just
guy has the dumbest list of regrets ever for a divorced guy, without his family. He regrets not playing high school football because he didn't want to shower with other guys. And now he regrets not being on the show for Gary's pitch.
and then they would just show his softball video.
Oh my God.
I mean, if the coach put me in, we would have made state, no doubt. No doubt in my mind.
Right, I was gonna say, right, but nobody saw Uncle Rico, so nobody knows what you're talking about.
But,
God.
sorry.
doing well. He has a nice house in Greenwich, the house that Tooth built. And, hopefully I will, I'll see you guys when I'm on the road doing stand-up. So,
Well, don't
if
do
I
that.
am, you guys you can reach out to me, DM me on Twitter or on Instagram, Stuttering John Melendez, and I will put you all on the list. Anyway, thanks again. I hope you have a great Easter. And this is Stuttering John saying, yeah.
It's funny, Cameo will send you a thing around holidays and go, hey, if you come back on, if you turn your thing back on, it's a holiday season. We're having this deal, we're having that deal. So, of course, John's doing cameos again. He needs money so bad. What do we got here? Rockford Files theme or Get the Fuck Out? Can I get an Amon Mars Norse Morse for my 30th anniversary?
It's his 30th anniversary.
I know, but we're almost 4 hours into the show. Can we do it on the next one for you? People travel for DabbleCon and Rodney's. That is not happening on a Wednesday in Rochester. Yeah, that's like expecting to see the hot chick at a strip club at 11 a.m. on a Tuesday,
Also, nothing is happening other than the court.
That's the thing. You know how pissed you guys would be? We're like, come on out, let everybody be there, and then everybody shows up, and let's say the case continues. We're like, thanks for coming out. We can't talk about any of it. Have a good one, guys. See ya. Believe me, there will be a recap. There will be details and stories told that you guys will not believe. And I can't wait to share those with you.
We have tapes.
But we got to do it right. It's got to be done right. No. Get out of here with that. People try. Yes, thank you, Deadwood. Thank you. After the lawsuit, he had to deal with Cumia. Good luck with that, SJ. Yeah, it's like another storm coming as soon as this one gets through. Some great TV themes: Sanford and Son, Taxi, couple of lesser known greats, Hardcastle and McCormick, and It's Gary Shandling Show is a catchy one. Yeah. Soon there may be a new 420, 423 Judgment Day. Let's go. After lawsuit, compilation of all his smug faces. Oh, I think Frog's been working on a post-lawsuit package. You guys got to watch $2 Dan getting slapped by Lucy on Hughesy's show. It was amazing. Oh, I don't doubt that. Lucy's not one you want to fuck with. I got 5 on your money laundering schemes, guys. Thank you, Pest.
There you go. We'll
That's
launch
that
that
way.
way.
I've been around and I've never done anything other than love content. Going to Hackamania, love this community. Smokey Lesbo, I mean, what a sweetheart.
She is.
Spent time with her at DabbleCon too. Phenomenal. Supports so many shows in the Dabbleverse and people. That's what it's all about. I love Dan giving his Glenn Ross motivational speech wearing mom shades and the word stupid in neon above his head. Alvin, there does not need to be an exit strategy. Dan is giving us good content right now. It is just backhanded compliments. Why is this difficult for some people to understand? He is mocking him to his face. No, I get it, you know? It's just fun. It's entertaining. It's funny to fucking go back and forth with the guy. And it's fun that he knows that John is
Reaching for
dumb
my
enough to
pen.
be like, wow, this Dan
What's up,
guy,
Brody?
he really knows his stuff.
You can't.
Just finishing this show. Then I'm gonna take a dab and tell the yapper he's talking too much. This show's pretty much over. I'm about to find something else to watch. How's your guys' night going? I just had some weirdo in my stream earlier asking me to show him my
In it, we find three main features: complete knowledge, ultimate power, and presence everywhere.
what's up, Tahir Khan Club. Good. Just about to smoke and get ready for bed. How about you, man?
Coke, dope, crack, smack, weed, E's and CDs. They got it all for cheap. If you don't hear their drops, then this is not a true exclusive.
like England.
Did, Dad. Thanks for the offer, though.
Comfortably wherever you are, knowing that the next few hours are yours alone. Feel your body beginning to release the tensions of the day. Notice how your shoulders soften, how your breath naturally slows and deepens. The modern world with its constant demands fades away as we prepare to travel together through timeless stories of awakening, compassion, and profound peace.
Ban me.
Buddhist wisdom teaches us that our true nature is already perfect, already peaceful. Tonight, through gentle stories and teachings, we'll rediscover this truth that lives quietly within you.
Bibbidi bobbidi ban. That's for being named after a whale. You heard?
Like a lamp that has never been extinguished but was simply covered by a cloth, your inner peace awaits only the gentle removal of what obscures it. As your breathing continues to slow and deepen, let your mind's eye travel with me to ancient Asia, where beneath towering mountains and alongside flowing rivers, dedicated seekers discovered truths that can transform how we experience life itself. These are not mere stories, but invitations to a different way of being. Feel yourself walking along a dirt path that winds through misty hills. The air is cool against your skin, carrying the scent of pine and wild jasmine. Your feet find their natural rhythm on the worn stones that countless pilgrims have traveled before you. In the distance, a bell rings out across the valley.
Hope you're having a good night, though.
Its clear, pure tone seems to hang in the air long after the metal has stopped vibrating. This is the morning bell of Shoji Temple, where an old monk named Dogen has been the keeper for nearly 40 years. You approach the temple as dawnlight filters through ancient trees. The buildings are simple, weathered wood that has taken on the color of the earth itself. Everything here speaks of quiet devotion, of lives dedicated to something deeper than the rush of everyday concerns. Dogen emerges from the temple, his movements unhurried despite his age. He approaches the large bronze bell that hangs beneath the wooden shelter. This bell has called the community to meditation for over 3 centuries.
Last dab before bed. You already know how it be.
Its voice unchanged by the passing of seasons and generations. A young novice monk approaches Dogen with a question that has been troubling him. Master, he says, bowing respectfully, I've been practicing meditation for 2 years now, but my mind is still filled with thoughts. When I sit in stillness,
hold up, I gotta fart.
Instead of peace, I find only noise. The other monks seem so calm, so focused. What am I doing wrong? Dogen looks at the young man with kind eyes that have seen many students struggle.
I just shit myself. Now I gotta take a shower.
With this same question. Instead of answering with what,
or I'll just sleep in my own filth. Who gives a fuck?
Words, he picks up the large wooden mallet used to strike the bell. Listen carefully, Dogen says, and strikes the bell once. The deep, resonant tone flows out across the valley, rich and pure. Then he strikes it again and again, each ring as beautiful as the first. Tell me, Dogen asks, when I strike this bell, does it try to make a beautiful sound?
Nice. Well, I gotta get new underwear now. These ones are fucking ruined. All for the YouTube likes. Now I need a new pair of panties.
Does it worry whether its voice is pure enough? Does it compare itself to other bells?
I'll go to sleep and ask myself, was it worth the YouTube likes to ruin my boxers?
The novice considers this. No, master. The bell simply responds to being struck. The sound arises naturally from its nature. And when the sound fades, Dogen continues, striking the bell once more. Does the bell grasp at the fading tone, trying to hold on to it? Does it worry about when the next ring will come? No, the young monk realizes. The bell returns to silence without resistance. Dogen nods, setting down the mallet. Your mind is like this bell.
Alright, I think
Thoughts
I'm gonna
arise when
go to
conditions cause them to arise, just as sound emerges when the bell is struck.
bed. Kurt Cobain.
The bell doesn't try to stop being a bell when it's ringing, and it
Yeah, because of Easter, Kurt Cobain came back as Jesus. That's me.
doesn't try to keep ringing when the sound naturally fades. The young monk's eyes widen with understanding. So I shouldn't try to stop my thoughts? Would you ask the bell to stop responding when struck? Dogen replies gently. Instead, be like the bell itself. Let thoughts arise and pass away naturally, without grasping or pushing away. The bell's nature remains unchanged whether it's ringing or silent. Your true nature remains peaceful whether thoughts are present or absent. As the morning progresses, the novice sits in meditation with a different understanding. When thoughts arise, he no longer fights them or judges himself. Like the bell's tone flowing out across the valley, thoughts come and go in the spacious awareness of his mind. The struggle ceases, and with it, a deeper peace emerges. Years later, when the novice has become a teacher himself, visitors often comment on the unusual serenity that seems to surround him.
Lay down.
He always credits his old teacher Dogen and points to the temple bell. That bell taught me everything I needed to know about meditation, he says with a smile. Our minds are naturally perfect instruments of awareness. We need only stop trying to be something other than what we are. As you rest tonight, remember Dogen's bell. Notice how thoughts naturally arise and pass away in your awareness like sounds echoing across a valley. There's no need to fight this natural process, no need to judge yourself when your mind wanders. Like the bell returning to silence, your awareness remains peaceful and unchanged beneath the movement of thoughts. Let your breathing deepen as you feel this truth settle into your understanding. Your mind, like the bell, has a natural state of peace that is never truly disturbed by the temporary sounds that pass through it. As your body grows heavier and more relaxed, let your mind travel to a small temple garden in the mountains of Tibet. Here, an old monk named Tenzin has tended the same patch of earth for 30 years. The garden is renowned throughout the region, not for exotic flowers or perfect landscaping, but for something much more unusual. The morning sun slants through the Himalayan air as you approach Tenzin, who kneels beside a bed of vegetables. His weathered hands move slowly through the soil, and you notice something remarkable. Among the carefully tended plants grow what most would call weeds. Dandelions bloom alongside sacred lotus flowers, wild grasses grow beside meditation herbs, and thorny brambles intermingle with fragrant jasmine. A visiting monk from the valley below watches Tenzin work, his confusion evident. Finally, he approaches the old gardener with a respectful bow. Venerable Tenzin, the visitor says, I've heard of your garden's fame, but I must admit I'm puzzled. In my monastery, we work very hard to remove all weeds, to create perfect order and beauty. But here you seem to welcome everything. Surely these wild plants compete with your cultivated ones? Tenzin sits back on his heels, his face serene as he considers the question. He gestures toward a cluster of dandelions growing beside some carefully planted herbs. Tell me, friend, Tenzin says, who decided that some plants are weeds and others are flowers? Who determined that one form of life is more welcome than another? The visiting monk starts to answer, then pauses, realizing the depth of the question. Tenzin continues, his voice gentle as the morning breeze. When I first came to this garden 30 years ago, I too spent my days pulling out unwanted plants, fighting against what I judged as imperfect. I was exhausted, frustrated, and the garden never looked the way I thought it should. He stands slowly, brushing soil from his hands. Then one day, I sat quietly among these plants and really looked at them. I saw that the dandelions fed the bees just as surely as the planted flowers. The wild grasses prevented erosion and provided shelter for small creatures. Even the thorny brambles had their purpose, protecting delicate seedlings from harsh winds. The visiting monk looks around the garden with new eyes, beginning to see the intricate web of relationships Tenzin describes. I realized, Tenzin continues, that my idea of the perfect garden was causing me to fight against the natural wisdom of life itself. Each plant has its role, its gift. When I stopped labeling them as wanted or unwanted, and instead learned to work with their natural qualities, the garden began to flourish in ways I never could have planned. He points to a section where wild mint grows alongside cultivated vegetables. The mint keeps insects away from the tomatoes. The deep roots of what I once called weeds bring minerals up from the subsoil to nourish the shallow-rooted herbs. What I thought was chaos was actually a deeper order that my limited understanding couldn't grasp. The visiting monk nods slowly. But surely some plants are harmful? Some things must be removed? Ah, Tenzin smiles. Now you ask the deeper question. Yes, sometimes intervention is needed. But I've learned to distinguish between what is truly harmful and what I simply don't understand. A plant that crowds out others completely or brings disease requires attention. But most of what I once fought against was simply different from my expectations. As the morning unfolds, Tenzin shows the visitor how he works with the garden's natural tendencies. He doesn't impose rigid order, but guides growth with gentle wisdom. Some plants he relocates to where they can thrive without overwhelming others. Some he prunes to encourage balance. But he no longer wages war against the natural world. The most important lesson, Tenzin says, as they sit quietly among the diverse plants, is that peace comes not from perfect control, but from wise acceptance. This garden has taught me to approach my own mind the same way. The visitor looks puzzled, so Tenzin explains further. Our minds are like gardens too. Thoughts and emotions arise naturally, some we welcome, and some we judge as weeds. For years I fought against anger, fear, and doubt, trying to cultivate only positive thoughts. But this created the same exhaustion I felt in the garden. Now I treat difficult emotions like these wild plants. I acknowledge them, learn from them, and work skillfully with their energy rather than trying to eliminate them completely. Anger, when understood, can become passionate compassion. Fear can become wise caution. Doubt can become healthy questioning. As the day progresses, the visiting monk finds himself relaxing in ways he hasn't experienced in years. The garden's acceptance of diversity, its allowance for imperfection, creates a peace deeper than any he's found in perfectly manicured temple grounds. When he prepares to leave, he bows deeply to Tenzin. Thank you for showing me the wisdom of the unweeded garden. I understand now that I've been making life much harder than it needs to be. Tenzin nods, his hands already returning to the soil. Remember, friend, perfection is not about controlling every detail. true perfection lies in understanding the natural wisdom that connects all things, then working harmoniously with that wisdom rather than against it. As you rest tonight, consider your own inner garden. What thoughts and feelings have you been treating as weeds, fighting against and trying to eliminate? Can you sense the natural wisdom in allowing them to exist while skillfully guiding their growth? Notice how your body naturally relaxes when you stop fighting against the thoughts that arise. Like Tenzin's garden, your mind can find peace not through perfect control, but through wise acceptance and gentle guidance. Feel your breathing slow as you imagine yourself sitting in that mountain garden, surrounded by the perfect imperfection of life flowering in all its diverse forms. Here, in this place of acceptance, true rest becomes possible. Let your awareness drift deeper now, like settling into still water. Feel yourself traveling to a remote forest path in ancient China, where tall pines cast long shadows and the air carries the scent of earth and moss. Walking along this isolated trail is a Buddhist monk named Ryokan. His robes are simple, patched in several places, and he carries only a small bundle containing his few possessions, a spare robe, a wooden bowl, and a collection of writings about compassion and wisdom that he plans to share at the next village. Ryokan walks with the unhurried pace of someone who has nowhere urgent to be. His face reflects the calm contentment that comes from years of meditation practice. He pauses occasionally to appreciate a bird's song or the play of sunlight through the leaves, finding joy in the simple gifts each moment offers. As evening approaches and shadows lengthen, Ryokan becomes aware of footsteps behind him on the path. Soon, a rough-looking man emerges from behind the trees, blocking the monk's way. The man's clothes are worn and dirty, his face hardened by years of difficult living, and in his hand he holds a long knife that glints in the fading light. "Stop there, monk," the bandit says, his voice harsh with desperation. "I know your type carries money for temples and poor people. Hand over whatever you have, or things will go badly for you." Most people would respond to such a threat with fear, anger, or attempts to bargain or escape. But Ryokan simply stops walking and regards the bandit with the same gentle attention he had given to the birds and trees. There's no fear in his eyes, but neither is there any judgment or condemnation. "Of course, friend," Ryokan says calmly, setting down his bundle. "You may have anything I carry, but I should warn you, my possessions are quite simple. You may be disappointed." The bandit, expecting resistance or pleading, is momentarily taken aback by this response. He watches suspiciously as Ryokan opens his bundle and lays out its contents: the spare robe, the wooden bowl, and the small collection of writings. "This is everything?" the bandit asks, his voice betraying confusion. "No money, no hidden valuables?" Ryokan shakes his head with a gentle smile. "I'm afraid not. I live very simply, accepting only what I need for each day. But please, take whatever might be useful to you." The bandit stares at the meager possessions, then at the monk's face. Instead of the fear or anger he's accustomed to seeing, he finds only genuine kindness and concern. This unexpected response begins to crack something hard inside him. "What kind of man are you?" the bandit asks, his voice softer now, the knife lowering slightly. "Aren't you afraid? Don't you want to keep your things?" Ryokan considers the question thoughtfully. "I've learned that the things we cling to most tightly often become the source of our greatest suffering. These possessions serve me when they're needed, but they don't define who I am. If they can serve you better now, then this is where they belong. The bandit looks down at the simple robe and bowl, then back at the monk's face. But how will you manage without these things? How will you eat? Where will you sleep? The same way I managed before I had them, Ryokan replies gently, with trust that each day provides what is truly needed. I've found that when we release our grip on security, life often supports us in unexpected ways. For a long moment, the two men stand in the forest twilight, the atmosphere having completely transformed from threat to something approaching intimacy. The bandit finds himself looking into the monk's eyes not as a predator studying prey, but as one human being truly seeing another. "You really mean this?" the bandit says, not quite asking. "I do," Ryokan confirms. "But I wonder if I might ask you something in return." The bandit nods, curious. "You seem to be in some kind of pain that drives you to this dangerous way of living. If it would help to talk about it, I'm willing to listen." The unexpected offer of compassion breaks through the bandit's hardened exterior. His shoulders slump, and for the first time in years, his face shows vulnerability rather than aggression. "I lost my family to sickness 2 years ago," he begins haltingly. "My wife, both my children. I had a small farm, but couldn't work it properly after they died. Lost it to debts. Since then, I've been surviving however I can." Ryokan listens with complete attention, his face reflecting genuine compassion for this man's suffering. When the bandit finishes, the monk sits down on a fallen log and gestures for him to join him. "Grief can make us feel like we've lost not just our loved ones, but ourselves as well," Ryokan says quietly. "The pain becomes so overwhelming that we'll do anything to avoid feeling it fully. But running from grief is like trying to outrun our own shadow." They sit together in the growing darkness. Two men who moments before were strangers in a potentially violent encounter, now sharing the universal experience of loss and the search for meaning in suffering. "What would your wife want for you?" Ryokan asks gently. "If she could see you now, what do you think she would say?" The bandit is quiet for a long time, tears flowing silently down his weathered cheeks. Finally, he whispers, "She would want me to find a way to live with purpose again. She always said I had a good heart beneath my rough exterior." "Perhaps," Ryokan suggests, "this encounter is life offering you a chance to honor her wisdom. Your heart is indeed good. I can see it clearly. Grief may have hidden it for a while, but it hasn't been destroyed." As the night deepens, the two men continue talking. Ryokan shares teachings about finding meaning in suffering, about how compassion for our own pain can open us to compassion for others. The bandit finds himself remembering who he was before grief consumed him. When dawn breaks, the bandit has made a decision. He helps Ryokan gather the possessions that he no longer wants to take. "Keep these," he says. "You'll need them for your work. I'm going to find a different path." Ryokan smiles. "What will you do? I remember hearing about a village downstream that was flooded last month. They probably need help rebuilding. Maybe I can use my hands for building instead of taking." The monk nods approvingly. The best healing for our own wounds often comes through healing others. As they prepare to part ways, the former bandit bows deeply to Ryokan. "Thank you for seeing who I really am beneath what I had become." "Thank you," Ryokan replies, "for reminding me that compassion is always more powerful than fear." Years later, travelers through that region would hear stories of a man who had once been a bandit, but had transformed his life after an encounter with a wise monk. He had indeed gone to the flooded village and had become known for his tireless work helping families rebuild their homes and lives. As for Ryokan, he continued his simple wandering, carrying the same few possessions and the same boundless compassion for all beings he encountered, showing through his example that true security comes not from what we possess, but from who we choose to be in each moment. Tonight, as you rest, consider where in your life you might be clinging too tightly to security, afraid of loss or change. Notice how Ryokan's willingness to let go with love created space for something beautiful to emerge. Feel your own heart opening to the possibility that generosity and trust might offer deeper security than holding on ever could. Let your body sink deeper into relaxation as you sense the profound peace that comes from releasing our grip on outcomes and resting in the inherent goodness that connects all beings. Your breathing has become deep and rhythmic now, carrying you further into peace. Allow your awareness to travel to a small tea house beside a mountain stream in Japan, where an unusual lesson in wisdom is about to unfold. The tea house is simple but elegant, with paper screens that filter the morning light into a soft glow. The sound of water flowing over stones creates a natural music that seems to slow time itself. Here, an elderly Zen master named Hoshin meets regularly with students and visitors who seek to understand the deeper teachings of Buddhism. This morning, a university professor has come to visit Hoshin. The professor is a distinguished man, well known for his scholarly work on comparative religion. His reputation for intellectual brilliance has earned him recognition around the world, and he has written several books attempting to explain Eastern philosophy to Western minds. The professor arrives carrying a briefcase full of notes and questions, prepared to engage in deep philosophical discussion with the Zen master. He has studied Buddhist texts extensively and feels confident in his ability to understand whatever teachings Hoshin might offer. Hoshin greets the professor with a simple bow and invites him to sit on a cushion beside the low table where tea will be served. The master's demeanor is calm and unhurried, in contrast to the professor's barely contained intellectual energy. Master Hoshin, the professor begins, settling himself and opening his briefcase. I've come to learn about authentic Zen teaching. I've read extensively about meditation, enlightenment, and Buddhist philosophy, but I feel there are subtleties that can only be understood through direct contact with a genuine teacher. Hoshin nods respectfully and begins preparing tea with slow, deliberate movements. He arranges the cups, heats the water, and measures the tea leaves with complete attention to each detail. I'm particularly interested, the professor continues, in the concept of emptiness as it relates to consciousness. I've studied Nagarjuna's philosophical arguments, compared them with Yogacara teachings, and I believe I understand the basic framework. But I'd like to hear your perspective on how emptiness relates to practical meditation experience. The master continues his tea preparation without responding, his attention apparently completely absorbed in the simple task at hand. When the tea is ready, he lifts the pot and begins pouring into the professor's cup. The professor, pleased to have a moment to collect his thoughts, watches as Hoshin pours the tea. The cup fills with the aromatic green liquid, steam rising gently in the morning air. But then something strange happens. Hoshin continues pouring even after the cup is full. Tea begins to overflow, spilling onto the wooden table and dripping to the floor. Still, the master continues pouring, his face calm and concentrated as if this were the most natural thing in the world. "Master!" the professor exclaims, jumping to his feet. "Stop," The cup is already full. No more tea can go in. Hoshin finally sets down the teapot and looks at the professor with clear, peaceful eyes. Exactly, he says simply. The professor stares at the overflowing cup, then at the master's serene face, confusion evident in his expression. I don't understand. What does this have to do with my questions about emptiness and consciousness? Hoshin gestures toward the spilled tea. Like this cup, you come to me already full of knowledge, concepts, opinions, and preconceptions about what Zen teaching should be. How can I share anything new with you when there is no space left for fresh understanding? The professor's mind reels as he processes this simple but profound demonstration. His academic training has taught him to approach new information by relating it to what he already knows, by fitting it into existing frameworks of understanding. But Hoshin is suggesting something entirely different. Are you saying my knowledge is worthless? The professor asks, somewhat defensively. Not worthless, Hoshin replies gently, but like water already in the cup, it prevents new water from entering. To truly receive new understanding, one must first empty the cup of assumptions about what that understanding will look like. The master begins cleaning up the spilled tea with the same careful attention he gave to preparing it. Your scholarly work has value in its proper place. But if you want to experience the reality that these concepts point toward, you must be willing to temporarily set aside everything you think you know. The professor sits quietly, watching Hoshin's methodical cleanup. Something in the master's calm certainty begins to affect him, creating a space of doubt in his intellectual confidence. But how does one empty the cup of knowledge? The professor asks. I can't simply forget everything I've studied. Hoshin places the clean cup before him, now genuinely empty. Watch, he says, and begins pouring fresh tea. This time, the cup receives the liquid completely, with no spillage, no waste. Emptying the cup doesn't mean destroying knowledge, the master explains. It means holding it lightly, being willing to see beyond it. When you sit in meditation, can you set aside your ideas about what meditation should accomplish? When you encounter a teaching, can you hear it fresh without immediately comparing it to what you've read before? The professor considers this, beginning to recognize how his scholarly approach might actually be limiting his direct experience. You're suggesting that expertise can become a barrier to learning? I'm suggesting that true learning requires what we call beginner's mind, Hoshin replies. In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities. In the expert's mind, there are few. The empty cup can hold any kind of tea. The full cup can receive nothing new. Over the following hours, the professor experiences something he hasn't felt in years. The excitement of not knowing, the openness that comes from releasing the need to understand everything immediately. Under Hoshin's gentle guidance, he begins to practice simple sitting meditation without trying to analyze or explain the experience. For the first time in decades, the professor allows himself to simply be present without needing to categorize or interpret that presence. The relief is profound. He realizes how exhausting it has been to constantly process every experience through his intellectual frameworks. As the day ends, the professor bows deeply to Hoshin. Thank you for showing me that the wisdom I've been seeking was being blocked by my very attempts to grasp it intellectually. The cup is naturally empty, Hoshin responds with a smile. We only need to remember to pour out what we've accumulated so that fresh tea can be enjoyed. Years later, when the professor speaks about his encounter with Hoshin, he always mentions the overflowing teacup. That simple demonstration taught me more about the nature of mind than all my years of academic study, he says. Sometimes the most profound wisdom comes through unlearning rather than learning. As you rest now, consider your own cup. What beliefs, assumptions, or fixed ideas might you be holding so tightly that they prevent new understanding from entering? Can you feel the relief that comes from temporarily setting aside the need to know and categorize everything? Tonight, let your mind become like Hoshin's empty cup, spacious, receptive, ready to be filled with the natural peace that emerges when we stop trying so hard to understand and simply allow ourselves to be present with what is. Feel your body growing heavier as you release into this emptiness that is actually fullness, this not knowing that contains all wisdom. As we proceed along our journey, feel how these ancient teachings have begun to work their gentle magic within you. The monastery bell reminds us that our natural state is peaceful awareness, unchanged by the thoughts that come and go. Tenzin's garden shows us the wisdom of accepting life as it unfolds, working skillfully with what arises rather than fighting against it. Ryokan's encounter with the bandit reveals how compassion can transform even the most difficult situations, and how letting go with love creates space for unexpected beauty. Hoshin's empty cup teaches us that true learning often requires releasing what we think we already know, making space for fresh understanding. These stories live now in your heart, not as memories to be remembered, but as seeds of wisdom to grow and flower in their own time. As your breathing continues to slow and deepen, feel yourself drifting toward the threshold of sleep, carried by the peaceful current of ancient wisdom. The next part of our journey will explore how Buddhist teachings guide us in the art of letting go, showing us that freedom comes not from grasping what we want, but from releasing our hold on how we think life should be. These gentle teachings on non-attachment and impermanence will carry you even deeper into rest and understanding. As we continue deeper into this peaceful night of wisdom, feel your body settling even further into comfort. The foundation stories have prepared rich soil in your awareness, and now we explore one of Buddhism's most liberating teachings, the art of letting go. Your breathing naturally slows as we journey into understanding how attachment creates suffering and how release brings freedom. These are not teachings that ask you to care less, but rather to love more freely, without the tight grip of possession that turns joy into anxiety. Let the gentle wisdom of these ancient stories wash over you like a warm stream, carrying away the tensions and grasping that may have accumulated in your heart during the day. Feel yourself walking through the bustling streets of an ancient Tibetan trading town, where merchants from many lands gather to exchange goods and stories. The air carries the scent of yak butter, tea, and incense, mixed with the leather of saddlebags and the dust of long journeys. Among the merchants is a man named Tenzin, whose success in trading has made him wealthy beyond his early dreams. His caravans travel the silk routes carrying precious goods between distant lands, and his warehouses are filled with gold, silver, fine silks, and rare spices. By every measure the world recognizes, Tenzin has achieved prosperity and security. But as you observe Tenzin more closely, you notice something troubling beneath his outward success. His eyes dart constantly, checking his goods, counting his coins, watching for threats to his wealth. His shoulders carry a tension that never fully releases, even in sleep. The success he worked so hard to achieve has become a burden that grows heavier each day. One evening, after a particularly profitable trading day, Tenzin sits in his private room counting the day's earnings. Gold coins flow through his fingers like water, their soft clinking usually a sound that brings him satisfaction. But tonight, instead of joy, he feels only a gnawing anxiety about losing what he has gained. Unable to sleep, Tenzin walks through the town's quiet streets until he finds himself at a small monastery on the hillside. Through an open window, he hears the gentle voice of an old lama giving evening teachings to a small group of students. Curious, he approaches and asks permission to listen. The lama, whose name is Jamyang, welcomes the merchant with a warm smile. "Please join us, friend. We were just discussing the nature of true wealth." Tenzin settles himself at the edge of the group, his fine clothes marking him clearly as different from the simply dressed monks and local people gathered around the teacher. Imagine, Jamyang is saying, a man who finds a beautiful golden chain. It gleams in the sunlight, perfectly crafted and obviously valuable. He puts it around his neck and feels proud of his good fortune. The teacher pauses, his eyes twinkling as they briefly meet Tenzin's. But this man does not realize that the chain, though made of gold, is also forged with invisible links of worry. Each day he wears it, he becomes more concerned about losing it, about others stealing it, about it breaking or tarnishing. Tenzin shifts uncomfortably, feeling as if the Lama is speaking directly to him. Soon, Jamyang continues, the man's life revolves around protecting his chain. He cannot sleep peacefully for fear of thieves. He cannot travel freely because he might lose it. He cannot enjoy simple pleasures because his mind is always focused on his precious possession. One of the students asks, "But teacher, surely beautiful things can bring joy. The chain is genuinely valuable." "Ah," the Lama nods. "This is the subtle trap. The chain itself is neither good nor bad. Gold has its uses and beauty. The problem lies not in having the chain, but in the chain having him. When we grasp our possessions so tightly that we become their prisoners, then our treasures become our jailers." Tenzin feels his heart racing as he recognizes himself in this teaching. His wealth, earned through years of hard work and careful planning, has indeed become a prison. Every gold coin in his counting room represents not just value, but worry. Each profitable trade brings not just success, but increased fear of loss. After the teaching ends, Tenzin approaches Jamyang privately. "Venerable teacher," he says, his voice heavy with emotion, "I fear you are speaking directly about my life tonight. I have worked for 20 years to build my wealth, but now I find that my possessions possess me more than I possess them. Yet I cannot simply give everything away. I have responsibilities, employees who depend on me. How does one find freedom without abandoning duty?" The Lama regards him with compassionate eyes. "Tell me, friend, when you hold, what happens if you grip too tightly?" Tenzin considers this. "The water flows out through the spaces between my fingers. And if you hold your hands too loosely, the water flows out just the same. But if you hold your hands just right, neither grasping nor careless, then the water stays, and I can drink or offer it to others." Jamyang nods approvingly. "This is the wisdom you seek. The art of holding your wealth lightly enough that it remains fluid and useful, but not so tightly that it becomes stagnant and burdensome." Over the following weeks, Tenzin visits the monastery regularly, learning to practice meditation and study the teachings on non-attachment. Slowly, he begins to understand that letting go doesn't mean having less. It means being free to enjoy what he has without being enslaved by it. He starts making changes in how he conducts his business. Instead of hoarding profits out of fear of future lack, he begins sharing more generously with his workers and supporting community projects. Rather than expanding his business out of greed, he focuses on conducting trade with integrity and fairness. Most surprisingly, these changes don't reduce his prosperity, they enhance it. Employees work more loyally when treated generously. Customers trust him more when they see his genuine care for fairness. His reputation grows not just for shrewd dealing, but for ethical conduct. More importantly, Tenzin rediscovers the joy of simple pleasures he had forgotten in his anxious pursuit of more. He takes time to appreciate the sunset over the mountains, to share unhurried meals with friends, to listen to music without constantly calculating profit and loss in the back of his mind. One evening, months later, Tenzin sits with Jamyang, watching stars emerge in the clear mountain sky. The merchant's face has changed. The lines of constant worry have softened, replaced by a peaceful alertness to the beauty around him. "I understand now," Tenzin says quietly, "that the golden chain was never really the problem. The problem was my belief that holding it tightly would make me secure. In trying to grasp security, I lost the very peace I was trying to protect." "And now?" Jamyang asks gently. Tenzin smiles, his whole being more relaxed than it has been in years. "Now I wear my wealth like a loose garment, comfortable when needed, but never binding. My business continues, my responsibilities are met, but I am no longer possessed by my possessions." The Lama nods. This is the freedom that comes from understanding impermanence. When we truly accept that everything changes, that nothing can be held onto forever, we can enjoy what comes our way without the suffering that comes from grasping. Years later, Tenzin becomes known not just as a successful merchant, but as a man of unusual wisdom and generosity. Younger traders seek his advice not just about commerce, but about finding balance between worldly success and inner peace. He always tells them about the golden chain, how the most precious things in life become prisons when we hold them too tightly, and how true freedom comes from learning to hold everything, even our greatest treasures, with an open hand. Tonight, as you rest, consider what golden chains you might be wearing. What possessions, relationships, or achievements have you been grasping so tightly that they've become sources of anxiety rather than joy? Feel the relief that comes from imagining holding them more lightly, with trust rather than fear. Let your breathing deepen as you sense the freedom that comes from releasing the tight grip of ownership, allowing life's gifts to flow through your hands like water, staying when needed, flowing onward when their time has passed. Your body continues to grow heavier with each breath as we travel now to a small tea house where an aged Zen master named Rikyu prepares for his daily tea ceremony. This is not the elaborate tea ceremony known to the wealthy, but a simple, mindful preparation of tea that has been his practice for 50 years. The room is spare but beautiful, with paper screens filtering gentle light and a single scroll hanging in the alcove. On a wooden shelf sits Rikyu's most treasured possession, a tea bowl that has been in his family for generations. The bowl is not flashy or ornate, but it holds perfect proportions, its glaze the subtle color of autumn leaves. This bowl has been with Rikyu through all the seasons of his life. He drank his first tea as a young student from this bowl, shared countless moments of contemplation with it in his hands, and offered tea to visitors from its humble depths. It has become, in a way, an extension of his own practice, a silent witness to decades of mindful presence. Today, Rikyu's young apprentice, Koji, watches as the master prepares tea with his usual careful attention. Every movement is deliberate but not forced, every gesture arising from years of practice that has made the complex simple. As Rikyu lifts his beloved bowl, Filled with perfectly prepared tea, his aged hands tremble slightly. This is new. His grip, once sure and steady, has begun to betray the advancing years. The bowl slips from his fingers and falls to the wooden floor with a soft crash. Koji gasps and rushes forward, expecting to see his master devastated by the loss of his treasured possession. The bowl lies in several pieces, its centuries-old beauty ended in an instant. Any repair would leave visible scars, changing its character forever. But as Koji looks at Rikyu's face, he sees something completely unexpected. Instead of grief or anger, the master's expression holds a peaceful wonder, as if he's witnessing something beautiful rather than tragic. Rikyu kneels beside the broken pieces, picking up each fragment with the same careful attention he gave to the intact bowl. His fingers trace the fractured edges, and to Koji's amazement, a gentle smile spreads across the old man's face. "Master," Koji says hesitantly, "I'm so sorry about your bowl. It was such a precious thing, and now..." Rikyu looks up at his young student with eyes full of quiet joy. "Koji, come and sit with me. Let me share with you what this broken bowl has just taught me." Confused but obedient, Koji settles beside his teacher, who arranges the fragments carefully on the floor between them. "For 50 years, Rikyu begins, his voice soft with wonder, "I have loved this bowl and believed I understood its nature. I cherished its beauty, honored its history, and found peace in its presence. But I realize now that I only knew half of its truth." He picks up one of the larger pieces, turning it in his hands with the same reverence he once showed the whole bowl. "I knew its beauty in wholeness, but not its beauty in brokenness. I knew its form in permanence, but not its teaching in change. This bowl has been my teacher for decades, but today it gave me its greatest lesson." Koji frowns, trying to understand. "But Master, surely the bowl was more beautiful when it was whole. Now it's just..." "Broken." Rikyu chuckles softly, the sound carrying no trace of sadness. "Tell me, Koji, when you look at these pieces, what do you see?" The young man looks at the fragments. "I see something that was whole and beautiful, now destroyed." "Look again," Rikyu encourages gently. "Not with your memory of what was, but with fresh eyes at what is." Koji looks more carefully at the broken pieces spread before them. Slowly, his perspective begins to shift. The fractured edges create new patterns of light and shadow. Each piece has its own unique shape, its own particular beauty that was hidden when they were joined together. "I see." Koji begins slowly. "I see that each piece has its own character now. The way the light catches the broken edge there, the curve of this fragment here, it's different from what it was, but it's not without beauty." "Yes," Rikyu nods approvingly. "And what else?" Koji studies the fragments more deeply. "The bowl that I knew was always changing, wasn't it? Every time we used it, every wash, every touch of our hands was slowly changing it. I just couldn't see those changes because they were so gradual." "Exactly. This bowl has been teaching us about impermanence every day, but we could only hear the lesson when it spoke loudly enough, in breaking, to catch our attention." The master gathers the pieces gently, placing them in a wooden box. "For 50 years, I loved this bowl's temporary form. But I was also, without realizing it, suffering from the fear of losing that form. Every time I lifted it, part of my mind worried about dropping it. Every guest who used it made me slightly anxious about possible damage. He closes the box tenderly. Now that fear is gone. The thing I was afraid of losing has been lost, and instead of devastation, I find freedom. I am released from the anxiety of protecting what cannot be protected forever. Koji begins to understand something profound. So the bowl's breaking was not a tragedy, but a completion of its teaching? In a way, yes. Everything in this world has the nature of breaking, changing, passing away. When we try to hold on to temporary forms as if they were permanent, we create suffering for ourselves. But when we can appreciate the beauty in each moment of a thing's existence, including its moment of change or ending, we find a deeper peace. Rikyū stands and begins preparing tea using a simple, plain bowl from his shelf. His movements are even more graceful than before, completely free from the subtle tension that comes from protecting something precious. "Will you miss the old bowl?" Koji asks. "I am grateful for every moment it graced my practice," Rikyū replies, pouring tea with serene attention. "But missing it would mean I hadn't fully received its gifts. It taught me mindfulness for 50 years, and then it taught me non-attachment in a single moment. How could I ask for a more perfect teacher?" As they share tea from the simple bowl, Koji notices that his master's presence has a new quality, lighter somehow, as if a weight has been lifted that he didn't even know he was carrying. "Master," Koji says, "will you repair the broken bowl?" Rikyū considers this question thoughtfully. "Perhaps I will practice the art of kintsugi, joining the pieces with gold, making the breaks part of its beauty rather than trying to hide them. But if I do, it will be to create something new, not to desperately restore what was lost." Years later, when visitors ask about the beautiful bowl with golden veins that sits in a place of honor in the tea house, Rikyū tells them the story of the day his favorite cup taught him its greatest lesson. "That bowl," he always says with a smile, "was never more beautiful than in the moment it let go of the form I had grown attached to. As you rest tonight, gently consider what precious things in your life you might be holding with anxiety rather than appreciation. Can you sense how the fear of losing something actually diminishes your ability to enjoy it fully? Feel the lightness that comes from appreciating the temporary beauty of all things without needing to grasp them forever. Let your breathing slow as you imagine holding your treasures like Rikyū learned to hold his bowl with gratitude for their presence, acceptance of their impermanence, and readiness to find beauty even in their changing. Feel your awareness drifting deeper now, like sinking into warm water. Let your mind travel to a small farming village nestled in a valley surrounded by gentle hills. The villagers here have worked the same land for generations, their lives flowing with the natural rhythms of planting, tending, and harvesting. Among these farmers is a man named Chen, whose rice fields have provided for his family through many seasons. Chen is known for his dedication to the land and his skill in reading the subtle signs that tell him when to plant, when to water, and when to harvest. His neighbors often seek his advice, and his family has never known hunger. But this year brings an unprecedented challenge. The monsoon rains that usually arrive like clockwork have failed to come. Week after week passes with clear skies that would normally be a blessing, but now mock the increasingly dry earth. At first, Chen responds as he always has to challenges, with increased effort. He carries water from the distant stream, making trip after trip with heavy buckets until his back aches and his hands are raw. He adjusts his planting patterns, chooses more drought-resistant seeds, and studies the sky constantly for any sign of approaching rain. As weeks become months, Chen's anxiety grows along with his efforts. He rises before dawn and works past sunset, trying through sheer determination to force his usual harvest from the unwilling earth. His wife, May, watches her husband growing thin and hollow-eyed, pouring all his strength into fighting against circumstances beyond anyone's control. The other farmers in the village respond differently to the drought. Some, like Chen, fight harder against the conditions. Others fall into despair, sitting in their houses and lamenting their fate. But one farmer, an elderly man named Lao Jiang, responds in a way that puzzles everyone. Lao Jiang spends his mornings doing the essential work, carrying what water he can to his most vital crops, caring for his animals, maintaining his tools. But instead of working frantically all day like Chen, or despairing like some others, Lao Jiang spends his afternoons sitting peacefully under an old tree, sometimes reading, sometimes just watching the sky with calm attention. Chen finds this behavior infuriating. One evening, unable to contain his frustration any longer, he confronts the old farmer. "Jiang," Chen says, his voice tight with exhaustion and stress, "how can you sit there so peacefully when our crops are dying? Don't you care about your family's future? We all must work harder to overcome this disaster." Lao Jiang looks at Chen with kind eyes that hold deep understanding. "My friend," he says gently, "sit with me for a moment. Let me share something I learned from the great drought of my youth." Despite his agitation, something in the old man's peaceful presence compels Chen to sit beside him under the tree. From here, they can see both Chen's fields, where the young farmer has been fighting tirelessly against the drought, and Jiang's fields, which look surprisingly healthy, despite receiving no more rain than anyone else's. 40 years ago, Jiang begins, a drought came that lasted 2 full seasons. I was young then, like you now, and I responded exactly as you are responding, with desperation and furious effort. I worked myself to exhaustion trying to force the land to give what it could not give. Chen nods, recognizing himself in this description. By the end of that first season, Jiang continues, I had made myself sick with worry and overwork. My family was suffering not just from crop failure, but from my constant anxiety and anger. I was fighting against the drought as if it were a personal enemy that could be defeated through rage and effort. The old farmer pauses, watching a bird settle in the branches above them. Then an old monk passed through our village. He saw me collapsing in my field from exhaustion and dehydration, and he helped me to the shade. When I told him angrily about the injustice of the drought, about how hard I had worked and how little it had accomplished, he said something that changed my understanding forever. What did he say? Chen asks, his curiosity overcoming his agitation. He said, Young man, you are trying to make the sky rain through anger. But the sky has never learned to respond to human demands. It follows laws much older and deeper than our desires. What if you worked with the drought instead of against it? Chen frowns. Work with the drought? That makes no sense. Drought is our enemy. It destroys crops and threatens our families. Jiang smiles patiently. That's exactly what I thought. But the monk asked me to consider what the drought might be trying to teach, what opportunities it might be offering that I couldn't see while I was busy fighting it. The old farmer gestures toward his fields. So I began to observe the drought with curiosity instead of hatred. I noticed which plants survived with minimal water, which practices conserved moisture most effectively, which timing of activities worked best in the changed conditions. More importantly, Jiang continues, I noticed how my fighting against the drought was making everything worse. My anxiety was affecting my judgment. I made poor decisions because I was acting from fear instead of wisdom. My anger was poisoning my relationships with neighbors when we needed to support each other most. Chen looks around the village, recognizing the truth in this observation. The farmers who are fighting most desperately against the drought seem also to be the most isolated, the most difficult to live with. So what did you do differently? Chen asks. I began to practice what the monk called flowing like water. Instead of trying to force my usual farming methods to work in impossible conditions, I adapted my approach to the reality of what was. I focused my limited water on my most essential crops instead of trying to save everything. I learned preservation techniques I had never needed before. Zhang points to a section of his field where different plants grow in careful arrangement. I discovered that some crops actually thrive in drier conditions, producing flavors and medicines that aren't available in wet years. I learned to see the drought not as pure disaster, but as a different kind of season with its own gifts and challenges. Chen stares at the thriving plants, then at his own struggling fields. But what about accepting failure? What about the crops that will certainly be lost? Accepting what cannot be changed freed my energy to work skillfully with what could be influenced, Zhang replies. Instead of exhausting myself in futile battles, I could focus on creative solutions. Instead of making my family miserable with constant worry, I could offer them calm leadership during a difficult time. As evening light fades around them, Chen feels something shifting in his understanding. The tight knot of anxiety in his chest begins to loosen slightly. The drought will end when it ends, Zhang continues. My fighting it will not bring rain one day sooner, 0, 5, but my working skillfully within its conditions can minimize the damage and even discover new possibilities. Most importantly, I can choose whether this challenging season makes me bitter and exhausted or wise and resilient. Over the following weeks, Chen gradually changes his approach. He still works hard, but his efforts become more focused and strategic rather than desperate. He seeks advice from neighbors instead of isolating himself in prideful struggle. He experiments with new techniques suggested by the conditions rather than trying to force old methods to work. Most remarkably, Chen begins to find moments of appreciation even within the difficult circumstances. The clarity of the drought sky reveals stars he had never noticed. The simplified farm work allows more time for conversation with his children. The challenge brings out creative problem-solving abilities he didn't know he possessed. When the rains finally return, Chen's harvest is smaller than in normal years, but his family is well fed and his relationships are stronger than ever. He has learned skills and developed resilience that will serve him through future challenges of all kinds. Years later, when young farmers face their own difficult seasons, Chen shares the wisdom he learned from Lao Zhang. There are circumstances we cannot change and circumstances we can influence. Wisdom lies in distinguishing between them, accepting what cannot be changed with grace, and working skillfully with what can be transformed. Tonight, as you rest, gently consider what droughts you might be fighting in your own life. What circumstances are you struggling against that might be beyond your control? Can you sense how the struggle itself might be creating additional suffering beyond what the situation requires? Feel your body releasing tension as you imagine flowing like water around obstacles instead of fighting them directly. Sometimes, the greatest victory comes not from conquering challenges, but from learning to dance gracefully with whatever conditions life presents. Let your breathing deepen as you rest in the wisdom of acceptance, knowing that even the most difficult seasons have their own teachings to offer when we approach them with openness rather than resistance. As your awareness drifts ever deeper into peaceful rest, travel now to a great library in ancient China, where scrolls and books contain the accumulated wisdom of centuries. Here, among towering shelves and quiet reading alcoves, lives a scholar named Wei, who has dedicated his entire life to the pursuit of knowledge. Wei's reputation for learning extends throughout the kingdom. He has memorized countless classical texts, mastered several languages, and written commentaries that other scholars study with reverence. His personal collection of books and scrolls is said to be among the finest in the land, gathered through decades of careful acquisition. The library where Wei works is his sanctuary, every volume precisely organized, every text a treasured companion in his intellectual journey. He knows the location of each scroll, the particular insights contained in every commentary, the subtle differences between various editions of classical works. But Wei's relationship with his books has gradually transformed from love into obsession. He finds himself constantly worried about their preservation, spending hours each day checking for signs of damage, insects, or deterioration. He has become increasingly reluctant to lend books to other scholars, fearing they might be damaged or not returned. More troubling still, Wei realizes that his vast knowledge has begun to feel like a burden rather than a joy. Every new text he encounters must be compared to what he already knows, analyzed for its place in his elaborate mental framework, integrated into his existing understanding. The simple pleasure of discovery has been replaced by the anxious need to possess and categorize every piece of information. One day, a fire breaks out in the quarter of the city where Wei's library is located. Despite the best efforts of the fire brigade, the flames spread quickly through the wooden buildings. Wei watches in horror as his life's work, his precious books, his irreplaceable scrolls, his carefully crafted commentaries disappears into smoke and ash. The loss is complete. Nothing remains of his magnificent collection, except a few volumes he happened to have with him when the fire started. 30 years of gathering, organizing, and preserving knowledge has been undone in a single afternoon. Wei's fellow scholars expect him to be devastated, and indeed, his initial shock is profound. But as the days pass, something unexpected happens. Instead of falling into despair, Wei begins to experience a lightness he hasn't felt in years. Walking through the ruins of his library, Wei encounters an old Buddhist monk who has come to offer comfort to those who lost their homes and possessions in the fire. The monk, whose name is Huineng, sits peacefully among the ashes, his simple presence somehow soothing to those who approach. "Master," Wei says, settling beside the monk, "I should be devastated by this loss, but instead I find myself feeling oddly free. Does this mean I never really loved my books? Was my scholarship meaningless?" Huineng looks at Wei with gentle understanding. "Tell me about your relationship with your books before the fire." Wei considers this question carefully. "At first, I loved them purely. Each text was a doorway to new understanding, each scroll a conversation with a great mind across time. Learning felt like exploring an infinite garden of wisdom. And later, I began to feel I owned the books rather than simply enjoying them. I became anxious about losing them, protective about sharing them. Instead of opening doors to wisdom, they became walls that separated me from other scholars. Instead of expanding my mind, my knowledge began to feel like a prison." The monk nods. "The fire has shown you the difference between true learning and mere accumulation. What remains of your scholarship now that the books are gone?" Wei looks around at the ashes, then back at his own hands, his own mind. The insights I've gained remain. The wisdom I've internalized through years of study is still here. The ability to think clearly, to understand complex ideas, to help others learn, none of that was destroyed by the fire. And what was lost? The burden of ownership. Wei realizes with growing wonder. The anxiety about preservation, the pride of possession, the need to defend my collection as if it defined who I am. The fire burned away everything that was not essential, leaving only what truly matters. Huineng smiles. Books are like fingers pointing at the moon. They serve their purpose when they direct our attention to wisdom itself. But if we become so fascinated with the fingers that we forget to look at the moon, they become obstacles rather than aids. Over the following months, Wei rebuilds his scholarly practice with a completely different approach. Instead of trying to recreate his lost library, he focuses on sharing the knowledge he has internalized. He begins teaching students, writing down key insights from memory, and collaborating with other scholars in ways his previous possessiveness had prevented. Wei discovers that knowledge shared grows rather than diminishes. Every student he teaches becomes a living library, carrying forward wisdom that no fire can destroy. Every collaborative project creates understanding that belongs to the community rather than to any individual collector. Most remarkably, Wei finds that his scholarship deepens without the burden of ownership. Free from the need to possess and protect texts, he can engage with ideas more fluidly, more creatively. He begins to make connections and develop insights that his previous systematic approach had actually hindered. When other scholars ask about his transformation, Wei often takes them to the site where his library once stood, now rebuilt as a community garden. I learned, he tells them, that the greatest treasures are those that increase when shared and cannot be destroyed by external circumstances. True knowledge lives not in books we own, but in wisdom we embody. Real scholarship is not about accumulating information, but about becoming the kind of person who can think clearly and help others understand. He pauses, watching children play among the flowers that now grow where his books once gathered dust. The fire took my collection, but gave me back my true calling, not to hoard wisdom, but to cultivate it, not to own knowledge, but to serve it. Years later, scholars speak of Wei not as the man who lost the great library, but as the teacher whose wisdom seemed to flow endlessly from an inexhaustible inner source. His students, scattered across the kingdom, carry forward his insights in ways that no physical collection ever could. Tonight, as you rest, consider what you might be holding too tightly in your own life. What knowledge, skills, or achievements have you been grasping as possessions rather than enjoying as flowing gifts? Can you feel the freedom that might come from holding your treasures more lightly, ready to share them generously rather than protect them anxiously? Let your breathing slow as you imagine your own mind as a library where wisdom flows freely, where insights are shared rather than hoarded, where the joy of learning matters more than the pride of knowing. In this space of generosity, true understanding can flourish without the weight of ownership. As this exploration of letting go draws to a close, notice how these teachings on non-attachment have been working silently within you. Tenzin's golden chain reminds us that our treasures become prisons when we grasp them too tightly. Master Rikyu's broken teacup shows us how even loss can become a teacher when we meet it with acceptance rather than resistance. Chen's drought reveals the wisdom of flowing like water around obstacles we cannot change, while Wei's library fire demonstrates how our greatest treasures are those that grow when shared rather than diminish when lost. Feel how your body has grown naturally heavier as these stories settled into your awareness, each teaching releasing another layer of tension you may not have known you were carrying. The art of letting go is not about caring less, but about loving more freely, without the anxiety that comes from trying to hold onto what is naturally flowing. As your breathing continues to deepen, we prepare to journey into the heart of Buddhist wisdom, the recognition of our fundamental interconnection with all life. These teachings on compassion and loving kindness will carry you even deeper into rest, showing how opening our hearts actually provides the greatest security of all. The seeds of non-attachment that have been planted tonight will continue growing in the rich soil of your dreams, bearing fruit in ways you don't need to understand or direct. 0. 5. Simply rest now in the spacious peace that comes when we release our tight grip on how we think life should be, trusting the natural wisdom that knows how to care without clinging, how to love without possessing. Feel yourself drifting toward the threshold of even deeper rest, carried by the gentle current of ancient wisdom that flows through all seeking hearts. As we continue deeper into this night of gentle wisdom, your body naturally settles into profound relaxation. The teachings on letting go have created space in your heart, and now we explore how that space fills naturally with compassion, not as something we must force, but as something that flows when we remove the barriers that block it. Feel your breathing slowing even further as we discover how the recognition of our deep interconnection with all beings transforms not only how we relate to others, but how we experience ourselves. These ancient stories reveal that compassion is not weakness, but the greatest strength. Not giving away what we need, but discovering an inexhaustible source of well-being. Let these timeless teachings wash through you like a gentle stream, carrying away any remaining tension and replacing it with the profound peace that comes from knowing we are never truly alone. Feel yourself walking beside a slow-moving river in ancient India, where the morning light dances on gentle waters and lotus flowers bloom in quiet backwaters. Here, where the Buddha himself once walked, a monk named Ananda makes his way to a favorite spot for morning meditation. Ananda is known throughout the region, not for scholarly learning or mystical experiences, but for his inexhaustible kindness toward all living beings. Children follow him through village streets, because he always has time to listen to their stories. Merchants trust him because they've never known him to speak harshly even when bargaining. Even animals seem to sense his gentle nature and approach without fear. This morning, as Ananda settles beneath a banyan tree for meditation, he hears a faint splashing from the river. Looking toward the sound, he sees a small creature struggling in the water near the bank. It's a scorpion that has somehow fallen in and is drowning, its tiny legs thrashing desperately against the current. Without hesitation, Ananda rises and wades into the shallow water. He reaches down to lift the scorpion to safety, but as his fingers close around the small creature, it stings him sharply on the palm. The sudden pain causes him to jerk his hand back, and the scorpion falls back into the water. Ananda looks at his stung hand, already beginning to swell, but shows no anger or frustration. Instead, he reaches down again to save the drowning creature. Once again, the frightened scorpion stings him, this time on the wrist, and once again falls back into the river. By now, a small crowd has gathered on the riverbank, drawn by the unusual scene. Among them is a merchant who has been watching Ananda's repeated attempts with growing irritation. "Monk!" the merchant calls out. "What's wrong with you? That scorpion has stung you twice, and you keep trying to save it. It's just a worthless creature that will probably sting someone else later." Let it drown and save yourself the pain. Ananda pauses in the water, looking at the merchant with gentle eyes. Friend, he replies calmly, the scorpion is following its nature by stinging when it feels threatened. Should I abandon my nature of compassion because the scorpion follows its nature of self-defense? He reaches down a third time toward the struggling creature. If I become cruel because others act according to their nature, then I have lost what makes me who I am. The scorpion cannot help being a scorpion, but I can choose whether to remain true to the path of compassion. This time, using a large leaf to protect his hands, Ananda successfully lifts the scorpion from the water and gently places it on the dry bank. The small creature, exhausted but alive, crawls slowly away into the grass. The merchant stares in amazement as Ananda wades back to shore, his hands swollen from the stings but his face serene. I don't understand, the merchant says. That creature showed you no gratitude. It hurt you when you tried to help. How can you call this wisdom? Ananda settles back beneath the banyan tree, cradling his injured hands with tenderness rather than anger. Tell me, friend, if you saw a child drowning in this river, would you save her? Of course, the merchant replies immediately. And if, in her panic, she scratched your face or bit your hand while you pulled her to safety, would you throw her back into the water? No, of course not. She would be acting from fear, not understanding that I was trying to help. Then you understand perfectly, Ananda smiles. That scorpion was no different from the frightened child. It acted from the fear and confusion that all beings experience when they feel threatened. My compassion is not conditional on receiving gratitude or understanding in return. One of the other observers, a young man who has been listening intently, steps forward. But Master, surely there are beings so harmful that they don't deserve our compassion. What about those who choose to do evil? Ananda looks thoughtfully at his swollen hands, then at the young man. Do you see these stings as the scorpion's evil, or as its nature when frightened? As its nature, I suppose. Most of what we call evil in humans comes from the same source: fear, pain, confusion, or ignorance about what truly brings happiness. When someone acts harmfully, they are usually trying, in their misguided way, to find security, or peace, or love. The monk gently touches the spots where he was stung, his expression remaining peaceful. This doesn't mean we should let harmful actions continue unchecked. Sometimes compassion requires setting boundaries, protecting others, or even restraining someone who is causing damage. But we can do this without hatred in our hearts. An elderly woman in the gathering nods slowly. You're saying we can oppose harmful actions while still caring about the person performing them? Exactly. A mother might firmly stop her child from running into traffic, but her intervention comes from love, not hatred of the child. In the same way, we can work to prevent harm in the world while maintaining compassion for all beings, including those who act unskillfully. As the crowd disperses, many carrying away new understanding, the young man remains with Ananda. Master, how do you cultivate such endless compassion? Don't you ever feel angry or want to protect yourself first? Ananda looks out over the river where he saved the scorpion. I used to believe that I had a limited amount of compassion to share, like coins in a purse that would run out if I spent too freely. But I've discovered that compassion is more like the water in this river. The more it flows, the more it flows. I don't understand. When we act with genuine compassion, we don't lose anything. Instead, we discover that our capacity for love grows. Each time I choose compassion over resentment, kindness over irritation, my heart becomes more capable of love, not less. The monk stands, his stung hands no longer causing him visible discomfort. The scorpion taught me today that my compassion must not depend on the responses I receive. True compassion flows not because others deserve it by our judgment, but because compassion is our nature when we remove the obstacles that block it. Years later, when people in the region tell the story of Ananda and the scorpion, they always emphasize how the monk's face remained peaceful throughout the entire incident. Those who were there say that watching his unwavering kindness toward the creature that stung him changed something fundamental in how they understood what it means to be human. The story spreads beyond that region, becoming a teaching that generations of students contemplate. They learn that compassion is not naive softness, but the strength to remain true to our deepest nature, regardless of how others behave. Like Ananda's river, it flows continuously, nourishing all life, whether that life appears grateful or hostile, beautiful or frightening. As you rest tonight, consider where in your life you might be withholding compassion because others haven't responded as you hoped. Can you sense how this withholding actually hurts you more than it protects you? Feel the relief that comes from imagining your heart as vast as Ananda's river, able to flow with love regardless of what flows back to you. Let your breathing deepen as you rest in the understanding that true compassion is not depleted by giving, but actually grows stronger each time you choose love over fear, kindness over defense, understanding over judgment. Feel your awareness drifting deeper now, like settling into a warm, peaceful lake. Let your mind travel to a remote mountain village where ancient grievances have poisoned relationships between neighbors for generations. Here, old wounds fester like infected thorns, and the simple act of walking to the market can trigger conflicts that trace their roots back decades. Into this troubled place comes a wandering monk named Thich Minh, whose reputation for healing bitter disputes has reached even these isolated mountains. The village elders have invited him reluctantly, more from desperation than faith, after their own attempts to restore peace have failed repeatedly. Thich Minh arrives during the worst possible time, the anniversary of a conflict that split the village into two hostile camps. 30 years earlier, a boundary dispute between two families over water rights escalated into accusations of theft, then violence, then a blood feud that gradually pulled in every household, forcing people to choose sides. By now, the original dispute has been forgotten by many, but the hatred has taken on a life of its own. Children grow up learning to despise neighbors they've never spoken to. Simple disagreements about village decisions explode into shouting matches that reference grievances from decades past. The community that once worked together to survive harsh mountain winters now splinters its energy into endless feuds. When Thich Minh enters the village, he's met with immediate suspicion from both factions. Each side assumes he must be allied with their enemies, and neither trusts him to understand the complexity of their grievances. The elders who invited him warn that he should probably leave quickly if he values his safety. But instead of addressing the feuding groups directly, Thich Minh does something unexpected. He finds the village well, the one source of water that everyone must use regardless of their factional loyalties, and begins cleaning it. Working alone with quiet concentration, he removes debris that has accumulated over the years of neglect. He scrubs the stones, clears the channels, and repairs the simple mechanism that draws water from the depths. People from both sides of the village watch him suspiciously, but no one interferes with work that benefits everyone. As he works, Thich Minh begins speaking, though not to any particular person or group. His voice carries clearly across the small valley, but he seems to be addressing the wind, the mountains, the ancient stones of the well itself. This well has been here for 200 years, he says, continuing his patient cleaning. It has served every family in this village, their parents and grandparents. In times of drought, it has saved lives. In times of plenty, it has been a place where neighbors met and children played. He pauses to examine a worn stone, tracing with his fingers the marks left by countless ropes, drawing countless buckets to the surface. The well doesn't choose which family deserves its water. It doesn't remember old arguments or take sides in disputes. It simply offers what it has to anyone who approaches with respect and need. Several villagers have drawn closer, ostensibly to get water, but actually to hear the strange monk's words. I wonder, Tik Min continues, what this well might teach us about the nature of nourishment. Water taken from here becomes part of every person in the village, regardless of their family name or their grievances. The same water that flows in your body flows in your neighbor's body. How can we be enemies when we are made of the same substance? An old man from one faction mutters loudly enough for others to hear, easy words from someone who doesn't know our history. This monk hasn't lived with the treachery and betrayals we've endured. Tik Min looks up from his work, his eyes meeting the old man's with genuine interest rather than defense. You're absolutely right, grandfather. I don't know your specific history, and I won't pretend that your pain isn't real or justified. Will you teach me about it? The unexpected invitation disarms the old man's aggression. Instead of an argument, he finds himself telling the story of how his family's sheep were stolen 30 years ago, how his accusations were dismissed, how he was humiliated in front of the entire village. As he speaks, other voices join in, first supporting his version, then challenging it, then adding details from their own perspectives. Soon, people from both sides are gathered around the well, all talking at once, each trying to make their case to the patient monk. Tik Min listens to it all without taking sides, without judging who is right or wrong. He simply receives each story with the same attention he gave to cleaning the well, thorough, respectful, caring. When the cacophony finally dies down, he sits quietly for several minutes, allowing the silence to settle like dust after a windstorm. I hear so much pain in these stories, he finally says. Pain from feeling wronged, pain from being misunderstood, pain from losing trust in your neighbors. And I notice that everyone's pain sounds remarkably similar, regardless of which side they're on. A woman from the opposing faction speaks up angrily. How can you say our pain is the same? They started this. They've been nothing but trouble for 30 years. I'm not saying your experiences are identical, Tik Min replies gently. I'm observing that the experience of feeling wronged, of losing trust, of believing others don't understand your perspective, these feelings are universal. The ache in your heart when you feel betrayed is the same ache your neighbors feel when they believe they've been betrayed. He gestures to the clean water now flowing freely from the well. Just as you all share the same water source, you all share the same basic human experiences, the need to be understood, the desire to be treated fairly, the wish to live in peace with your neighbors. These needs don't disappear when conflicts arise. They actually become more urgent. Over the following days, Tik Min continues his work around the village, always finding projects that serve everyone rather than any particular faction. He repairs the bridge that both sides use to reach their fields. He clears paths that benefit all travelers. He tends sick children regardless of their family allegiances. And always, as he works, he speaks, not giving lectures or moral instructions, but simply sharing observations about human nature, about the universality of suffering, about the possibility of healing even the deepest wounds. Gradually, something begins to shift in the village atmosphere. People start seeing Thich Minh's work and wondering why they've been so focused on protecting their own interests that they've neglected projects that could help everyone. Children who naturally gravitate toward the kind monk factional lines for the first time in years. The turning point comes when a late-season storm damages several houses on both sides of the village divide. Traditionally, each faction would help only their own members, jealously guarding their resources and labor. But as people assess the damage, they realize that Thich Minh's month of patient example has planted seeds of broader perspective. An elder from one family quietly begins helping repair a roof belonging to their supposed enemies. A woman who hasn't spoken to her neighbor in 15 years offers to share her food while the neighbor's kitchen is being rebuilt. These small acts of crossing boundaries spread like ripples from a stone thrown in still water. Soon, the division between helpers and recipients no longer follows the old factional lines, but simply reflects who needs help and who can provide it. When the storm repairs are complete, the village looks different, not just physically, but spiritually. People are still cautious, still carrying scars from decades of conflict, but something fundamental has loosened in the communal heart. Before leaving, Thich Minh gathers the village around the clean, flowing well for a final teaching. I'm not naive enough to believe that 1 month can erase 30 years of hurt, he tells them. Healing deep wounds takes time, patience, and courage from everyone involved. But I've watched you rediscover something that was never actually lost, your capacity to care for each other across the lines that seem to divide you. He draws a bucket of water from the well, offering cups to everyone present. This water doesn't know which of you it will nourish. It doesn't carry grudges or remember old disputes. It simply offers life to anyone who will receive it. You have that same capacity to nourish life in your community regardless of past conflicts. As people share the water, some drinking from the same cup as neighbors they had considered enemies that morning, the symbolism is not lost on anyone. Years later, travelers passing through the mountain village often comment on the unusual harmony they observe, not the artificial peace of suppressed conflict, but the mature cooperation of people who have learned to work together despite their differences. When asked about this transformation, villagers inevitably tell the story of the monk who came during their darkest time and taught them to see their shared humanity by cleaning their common well. Tonight, as you rest deeply, consider what wells you might share with those you consider different from yourself, the same needs for understanding, safety, love, and meaning that flow through all human hearts. Can you feel how recognizing this shared source might transform conflicts that seem insurmountable? Let your breathing slow as you rest in the understanding that what divides us is often far less significant than what connects us. That healing ancient wounds begins with the willingness to see our shared humanity beneath surface differences. As you drift even deeper into peaceful rest, your awareness travels now to a small farming village where a young mother named Kisa faces the greatest loss any parent can endure. The morning began like any other, with her toddler son playing in the garden while she prepared the day's meals. But by afternoon, the child lies lifeless in her arms, struck by a sudden fever that no medicine could break. Kisa's grief is beyond measure. She cradles her son's small body, refusing to believe that his bright spirit has departed, refusing to accept that she will never again hear his laughter or feel his small hand in hers. Neighbors gather around her with their own hearts breaking, but their attempts at comfort fall on ears deafened by sorrow. Word of the Buddha's presence in a nearby town reaches the village, carried by a traveler who speaks of the great teacher's wisdom and compassion. Desperate for any possibility of help, Kisa wraps her son in a clean cloth and begins the journey to find this renowned teacher, carrying hope that perhaps his power can restore her child's life. She finds the Buddha sitting beneath a grove of mango trees, surrounded by disciples and local people who have come to hear his teachings. When the crowd sees Kisa approaching with her tragic burden, they part respectfully, their own hearts moved by her obvious anguish. Kisa approaches the Buddha directly, laying her son's body before him with trembling hands. "Master," she pleads, her voice hoarse from crying, "they say you have great powers, that you can heal any sickness. Please, bring my child back to life. He's all I have in this world. Without him, I cannot continue living." The Buddha looks at Kisa with infinite compassion, seeing not just her individual grief, but the universal sorrow that every parent has known since the beginning of time. His response is neither a miracle nor a dismissal, but something more mysterious and ultimately more healing. "Dear woman," he says gently, "I will help your child. But first, I need you to do something for me. Go into the village and bring me a handful of mustard seeds. But you must obtain these seeds only from a household where no one has ever died, where death has never visited, where no one has ever experienced loss." Through her tears, Kisa nods eagerly. This seems like a simple request, and her heart leaps with hope that her child's salvation is near. She leaves him in the Buddha's care and hurries into the town, knocking on the first door she encounters. "Please," she says to the woman who answers, "I need a handful of mustard seeds from a household where no one has ever died." The woman's face fills with understanding and sympathy. "Oh dear, I would gladly give you mustard seeds, but I cannot meet your condition. Just last year, my elderly father passed away peacefully in his sleep. And before that, we lost my husband's mother to a long illness." Kisa thanks her and moves to the next house, then the next, then the next. Each household welcomes her warmly and offers whatever mustard seeds she needs, but none can claim to have been untouched by death. In one home, parents grieve a daughter lost in childbirth. In another, children have lost their grandfather. In every household, she finds the same reality. Death has visited everyone. Loss is the common experience of all families. As the day progresses and Kisa visits house after house, something profound begins to shift in her understanding. She starts truly listening to the stories people share. How this family lost a young father to accident, how that family watched a grandmother slowly fade from illness, how another family still mourns children who died years earlier. With each story, Kisa realizes that her devastating loss, while unique in its specific details, is not unique in its essential nature. Every parent she meets has felt, or fears, feeling exactly what she feels now. Every household has wrestled with the same impossible questions that torment her. Why did this happen? How can life continue? Where do we find meaning after such loss? But she also notices something else in these conversations. Despite their losses, these families continue to love, to care for living children, to find moments of joy even amid their sadness. Their hearts have been broken, but they have not closed. Their lives have been changed forever, but they have not ended. As evening approaches, Kisa realizes she has visited every household in the village without finding even one that meets the Buddha's condition. She returns to the mango grove, no longer carrying desperate hope for a miracle, but bearing a different kind of understanding. "Master," she says, settling before the Buddha with her son's body still wrapped in her arms. I could not find a single household untouched by death. Every family has experienced loss. Every parent knows the pain I'm feeling now. The Buddha nods gently. And what does this teach you, dear woman? It teaches me that my suffering, though it feels completely isolating, is actually part of the common human experience. I thought I was alone in this pain, but I see now that grief is something every loving heart must face. She looks down at her son's peaceful face, and for the first time since his death, her tears carry not only sorrow, but also a strange kind of acceptance. My son's death is not a punishment or a cruel exception to how life should be, she continues, her voice gaining strength. It's part of the same impermanence that touches every life, every family, every heart that dares to love. The Buddha reaches out and places a gentle hand on her shoulder. You have understood something that many people spend lifetimes trying to learn. Your son's death is indeed part of the natural flow of life, just as his birth was. Your grief is the natural response of a loving heart to loss. But how do I live with this knowledge? How do I continue when everything inside me wants to die with him? By recognizing that love itself is not impermanent, even when its objects change form. The love you feel for your son doesn't die when his body dies. That love becomes part of you, and through you, it can continue to flow to other children who need care, other parents who need understanding, other hearts that are breaking just as yours has broken. In the days that follow, Kisa undergoes a gradual transformation. She performs the proper rituals for her son's body with a heart that is still broken, but no longer consumed by rage against reality. She begins to see other children in the village with eyes opened by loss to how precious and fleeting childhood is. Slowly, almost without conscious decision, Kisa begins reaching out to other parents who face difficulties with their children. Her experience of devastating loss has given her a unique ability to offer comfort and practical help without empty platitudes or false cheerfulness. She knows intimately what it means to love something you cannot protect, to care for something you cannot keep. Over time, Kisa becomes known throughout the region as someone who can help parents navigate both the joys and sorrows of raising children. Her own childlessness becomes not just a personal tragedy, but a source of wisdom and compassion that serves countless other families. Years later, when people ask Kisa about her transformation from a grief-stricken mother to a source of comfort for others, she always tells the story of the mustard seeds. The Buddha's wisdom was not in refusing to help me, she explains, but in showing me that my help lay not in reversing my loss, but in understanding its meaning. When I realized that every parent shares the same fundamental vulnerability, my grief transformed from an isolating prison into a bridge that connects me to all loving hearts. She pauses, her face still carrying traces of sorrow, but also a profound peace. My son's death taught me that love is stronger than loss, not because it prevents loss, but because it transforms loss into compassion. The love I could no longer give to him finds expression in caring for other children, other families, other hearts that need what I learned through my breaking. Tonight, as you rest in deep peace, consider how your own experiences of loss or difficulty might become bridges of understanding to others rather than walls that separate you. Can you sense how even your deepest wounds might become sources of healing when approached with wisdom and compassion? Let your breathing slow as you rest in the recognition that no one suffers alone, that every breaking heart joins the vast community of those who have loved and lost and learned to love again in new ways. As this journey into compassion and interconnection draws to a close, Feel how these teachings have naturally opened your heart. Ananda's scorpion shows us that true compassion flows regardless of the responses we receive. Kusala's generous poverty reveals that real wealth lies in our capacity to share rather than accumulate. Kisa's terrible loss becomes the doorway to understanding our shared vulnerability and our shared strength. Notice how your body has grown naturally heavier as these stories work their gentle magic, each teaching dissolving another layer of the separation between yourself and others. Compassion is not something we must force or fake, but something that emerges naturally when we recognize the truth of our deep interconnection. Your breathing has become deeper and slower as your heart has opened to the understanding that another's suffering truly is our suffering, another's joy truly is our joy. This is not merely a beautiful ideal, but the fundamental truth of how life actually works. As we prepare for the next part of our journey, we turn toward the profound teachings on awakening and Buddha nature, the recognition that the peace and wisdom we seek are not distant goals, but our own deepest nature, always available, always perfect, simply waiting to be discovered beneath the surface movements of the mind. These seeds of compassion planted tonight will continue flowering in their own time, bearing fruit in kindness you don't need to plan or direct. Simply rest now in the vast heart that connects all beings, knowing that as you heal, all beings heal. As you awaken, all beings awaken. Feel yourself drifting toward even deeper rest, carried by the gentle current of universal love that flows through every seeking heart, every open mind, every moment of genuine care. As we drift deeper into this peaceful night of wisdom, your body has found its natural state of profound rest. The teachings on foundation, letting go, and compassion have prepared the soil of your awareness for the most profound recognitions that the peace you seek is not something to be attained, but something to be remembered, not a distant goal, but your very nature. Feel your breathing becoming slower and deeper still as we explore stories of awakening, not as dramatic events reserved for special people, but as the gentle recognition of what has been true all along. These ancient tales reveal that Buddha nature is not something we must develop, but something we must simply stop covering over. Let these timeless teachings carry you into the depths of rest, where the deepest insights arise not through effort, but through the natural settling of the mind into its own luminous clarity. Feel your awareness drifting like mist through ancient forests, where tall trees filter sunlight into gentle columns of gold. Here, in the mountains where few travelers venture, a simple woodcutter named Huike makes his living harvesting timber for the villages below. For 20 years, he has walked these same paths, cut these same types of wood, lived according to the predictable rhythms of hard physical labor. But something has been stirring in Huike's heart recently, a restlessness he cannot name, a sense that life holds some deeper meaning he has not yet discovered. His work, once satisfying in its simplicity, now feels somehow hollow. His small mountain cabin, once a place of peaceful solitude, now echoes with questions he cannot answer. One morning, while cutting wood in a particularly remote grove, Huike encounters an old monk sitting in meditation beneath a massive pine tree. The monk's presence is so still, so integrated with the forest itself, that Huike almost passes by without noticing him. But something about the quality of stillness draws Huike's attention. He has known the quiet of empty forests, but this is different. Not the absence of activity, but the presence of something profound. The monk seems to radiate the very peace that Huike has been unconsciously seeking. Setting down his axe, Huike approaches respectfully and waits for the monk to open his eyes. When he does, They hold a clarity that seems to see through surface appearances to something deeper. Venerable Sir, Huike begins hesitantly. I don't mean to disturb your practice, but I find myself drawn to ask you something. I've been working in these mountains for years, and I thought I understood what life was about. Honest work, simple living, taking care of basic needs. But lately, I feel like there's something I'm missing, something important that I can't even name. The monk, whose name is Senkan, regards Huike with gentle attention. What is it you think you're missing? I don't know exactly. Peace, maybe? Purpose? Some deeper understanding of what this life is really about? I look at you sitting there, and I can sense something I don't have, a kind of completeness or satisfaction that goes beyond just being comfortable. Senkan nods slowly. And where do you imagine this peace or understanding might be found? Huike considers this question seriously. In study, perhaps? In meditation practice? In living more virtuously? I've heard of masters who spend decades learning sacred texts and sitting in contemplation. Maybe if I abandoned this simple life and dedicated myself to spiritual practice. Before you abandon anything, Senkan interrupts gently. Show me your troubled mind. Point to this thing that lacks peace. Huike starts to respond, then pauses. He looks within, searching for this troubled mind he's been assuming exists. I can feel that something is unsettled, that something wants to understand. Yes, but show me where this unsettled mind is located. Is it in your chest, your head, your hands that hold the axe? The woodcutter searches more carefully, trying to locate the source of his spiritual restlessness. When I look for it specifically, I can't quite grasp it. It's like trying to catch mist in my hands. Senkan says with a slight smile, if you cannot find this troubled mind even when you search for it carefully, then what exactly needs to be fixed or improved? Huike sits quietly for a long moment, this question penetrating deeper than any teaching he might have expected. Are you suggesting that the problem I think I have doesn't actually exist? I'm suggesting you investigate your assumptions. You came to me believing you lacked something. Peace, understanding, purpose. But when I ask you to show me exactly what is lacking, can you find it? The woodcutter continues his inner searching, and a strange thing begins to happen. The more he looks for what is wrong, the less substantial his dissatisfaction becomes. It's peculiar, he admits. When I'm not looking for what's missing, I feel its absence strongly. But when I try to locate it precisely, it seems to dissolve. And right now, in this moment of looking, what is your experience? Huike turns his attention to his present moment experience with a quality of attention he's never applied before. Right now, I notice the warmth of sunlight on my face, the sound of wind in the pine needles, the solid feeling of earth beneath me. My breathing is calm, my body relaxed. There's an awareness present that seems quite peaceful, actually. This awareness that notices the sunlight and wind and earth, is this awareness troubled? Does it lack anything? Something begins to dawn in Huike's understanding, like sunrise gradually illuminating a landscape that was always there but hidden in darkness. The awareness itself seems complete. It's not looking for anything or wanting to be different. It's just aware, just present. This awareness that is naturally present, naturally peaceful, this is what you've been seeking in complicated spiritual practices and distant teachers. This is what the Buddha pointed to as our original nature, not something to be developed, but something to be recognized. Huike feels a shift so subtle yet profound that he can barely believe its simplicity. You mean the peace I was looking for has been here all along? I've been like someone searching everywhere for spectacles that are sitting on their own nose? Senkan chuckles softly. Precisely. The Buddha nature, the awakened awareness that all the scriptures describe, this is not something foreign to you that must be imported from outside. It is the very consciousness through which you see the forest, hear the birds, feel your own aliveness. But then why did I feel so restless, so sure something was missing? Because you became identified with thoughts and feelings that arise within awareness rather than resting as awareness itself. It's like mistaking the clouds for the sky or the waves for the ocean. The clouds come and go, but the sky remains clear. The waves rise and fall, but the ocean is undisturbed. As this understanding settles in, Huike notices his perception of everything around him seems subtly transformed. The trees are still trees. The work of woodcutting is still work, but there's a quality of presence underlying it all that he had somehow been overlooking. So I don't need to abandon my life and become a monk, he asks. Buddha nature expresses itself as readily through honest work as through formal meditation. The key is recognizing that the awareness within which work happens is already awake, already free, already complete. Whether you're cutting wood or sitting in meditation, the same unconditioned awareness is present. Huike sits quietly, absorbing this teaching. It seems almost too simple. The most profound truths usually are. We complicate them by believing that something so accessible couldn't possibly be what we're looking for. We assume awakening must be dramatic, difficult, special. But consciousness itself is the most ordinary thing in the world. So ordinary we overlook it completely. Over the following days, Huike continues his woodcutting with a completely different quality of attention. Instead of working mechanically while his mind churns with restless thoughts, he finds himself naturally present to each swing of the axe, each step along the forest paths, each moment of rest between tasks. The work doesn't become any easier physically, but it no longer feels hollow or meaningless. There's a quality of meditation present in each activity when performed with awareness rather than mere habit. The peace he was seeking reveals itself not as something to be attained through spiritual effort, but as the natural state of consciousness when not clouded by the search for something better. When Huike encounters Senkan again several weeks later, the monk immediately notices the change in the woodcutter's presence. "How is your practice?" Senkan asks. "I'm beginning to understand that I don't have a practice." Huike replies with a gentle smile. "I have a life, and awareness is naturally present within every aspect of it. Sometimes that awareness seems clouded by worry or restlessness, but the awareness itself is never actually disturbed. And your search for something missing? I realize now that I was like a fish swimming frantically through the ocean searching for water. The very awareness that felt dissatisfied was itself the peace I was seeking. I just needed to recognize what was already here rather than trying to get somewhere else." Years later, people in the mountain villages begin to notice something different about the humble woodcutter. His work continues as before, but there's a quality of presence about him that brings peace to others. Children are naturally drawn to him. Troubled adults find themselves feeling calmer after brief conversations with him. When asked about his transformation, Huike always points people back to their own immediate experience. "Look for what is looking," he suggests. The consciousness that is aware of dissatisfaction is itself completely at peace. The mind that seeks awakening is already awake, It just needs to stop seeking long enough to recognize itself. Tonight, as you rest in deepening peace, turn your attention to the awareness that is noticing these words, that is aware of your breathing, that knows the sensation of your body settling into sleep. This awareness itself, not as a concept, but as your most immediate, intimate experience, what the teachings point to as your Buddha nature. Can you sense how this awareness is naturally peaceful, naturally complete? It doesn't need to be improved or developed, only recognized. Like Huike discovering the peace he sought was already present, you need only notice what is already here, naturally awake, naturally at rest. Let your breathing slow as you settle into this recognition, not as an idea, but as your most basic, ever-present reality. Your body continues to sink deeper into comfort as we travel now to a famous monastery where students from across the land come to study with a revered Zen master. The monastery is known for its rigorous training, and competition among students is intense as they strive to demonstrate their spiritual understanding and gain the master's approval. Among these students is a young monk named Shengshu, whose intelligence and dedication have earned him recognition as the most promising disciple. He memorizes sutras effortlessly, his meditation posture is flawless, and his understanding of Buddhist philosophy impresses even senior monks. Everyone, including Shengshu himself, assumes he will be chosen as the master's successor. Also at the monastery works a man named Huineng, who pounds rice in the kitchen to feed the community. Huineng is illiterate, came from a poor family, and has never studied the sacred texts that occupy so much of the other students' time. Most of the monks barely notice him, seeing only a simple laborer doing necessary but unremarkable work. One day, the aging master announces that he wishes to choose his successor, the one who will inherit his teaching authority and guide the monastery after his death. Instead of simply naming his choice, he sets a challenge. Each student should compose a poem demonstrating their understanding of the essence of Buddhist teaching. The poem that best captures the truth of awakening will identify the next master. The students buzz with excitement and anxiety. This is the opportunity they have trained for, the moment when years of study and practice will finally be tested. Shengshu, confident in his abilities, spends days crafting what he believes will be a winning verse. Late one night, when the monastery is quiet, Shengshu writes his poem on the wall where everyone will see it. The body is the Bodhi tree. The mind is like a bright mirror's stand. At all times we must strive to polish it and not let dust collect upon it. When the other students discover the poem in the morning, they are impressed by its wisdom and elegant expression. The verse captures perfectly the conventional understanding of Buddhist practice, that through diligent effort we can polish the mirror of consciousness until it reflects reality clearly, free from the dust of ignorance and delusion. The master reads Shengshu's poem and nods approvingly, but says nothing about choosing his successor. He simply instructs that the poem remain on the wall for all to contemplate. That evening, as Huineng works late in the kitchen, he hears other workers discussing the poem. Since he cannot read, they recite it aloud, explaining how it demonstrates deep understanding of the spiritual path. As Huineng listens, something stirs in his understanding. The poem, while expressing conventional wisdom accurately, seems to him to miss something fundamental about the nature of consciousness itself. Unable to write, Huineng asks a literate worker to help him compose a response poem, which he has written beside Shengshu's verse. Bodhi originally has no tree, the bright mirror has no stand. Buddha nature is always clean and pure. Where can dust collect? When the students discover this second poem in the morning, reaction is mixed. Some dismiss it as the confused writing of an uneducated kitchen worker who doesn't understand the sophisticated points of Buddhist philosophy. Others sense something profound in its directness, though they can't quite articulate what. Shen Qiu himself feels both confused and threatened by the simple verse. How can he say the mirror has no stand? He asks other students. How can he claim Buddha nature needs no polishing? This contradicts everything we've been taught about the importance of practice and purification. But when the master reads Huineng's poem, his face shows a recognition that has been absent until now. He calls for the rice pounder to meet with him privately that evening. In his simple quarters, the master looks deeply into Huineng's eyes. Do you understand what you wrote? I understand what I experience, Huineng replies simply. When I look for this mind that needs polishing, I cannot find it. When I search for dust on the mirror of awareness, I find only clear knowing. The very consciousness that would do the polishing is already pure. It just needs to recognize its own nature. The master nods slowly. Sheng Xiu's poem expresses the path of gradual cultivation, the belief that through persistent effort, we can purify consciousness and eventually achieve enlightenment. Your poem points to sudden recognition, the understanding that awareness is already enlightened and needs only to recognize itself. Are both approaches valid? Huineng asks. Both have their place in helping people according to their temperament and understanding. But your poem points to something more fundamental. Tell me, when you pound rice in the kitchen, what is your experience? There is the rhythm of the pestle, the texture of the grain, the sensation of physical effort. But underlying all of this is a knowing presence that is simply aware of everything arising and passing away. This awareness itself is never tired, never confused, never in need of improvement. And this awareness, is it different when you're working than when you're resting? The contents of awareness change. Sometimes there's work, sometimes rest, sometimes thoughts, sometimes silence. But the awareness itself is constant, like space that remains unaffected whether it contains clouds or clear sky. The master smiles with deep satisfaction. You have recognized what many students miss after decades of study. Buddha nature is not something to be developed through practice, but something to be acknowledged as already present. The mirror of consciousness is not gradually polished to clarity. It is inherently clear, and we need only stop believing that it's dusty. Over the following days, word spreads that the master has chosen Huineng as his successor. Many students are shocked and angry. 0. 5. How could an illiterate rice pounder be selected over brilliant scholars like Sheng Xiu? Sheng Xiu himself approaches the master, his confusion evident. Teacher, I don't understand your choice. Huineng knows none of the scriptures, has no formal training, cannot even read the sacred texts. How can he guide others who are more educated and experienced? The master considers this question carefully. Knowledge of scriptures and philosophical understanding have great value for helping others learn. But the essence of teaching is not transmitting concepts, but pointing people toward their own Buddha nature. This requires not more knowledge, but clearer recognition of what is already present. He pauses, looking compassionately at his devoted student. Your years of study and practice have been valuable, Sheng Xiu. But they have also created a subtle assumption that awakening is something to be achieved through accumulation and effort. Huineng's clarity comes from recognizing that consciousness is already awake. It just needs to stop trying to wake itself up. But surely practice is necessary? Surely we must work to purify the mind? Practice can be helpful for settling mental agitation and developing beneficial qualities. But if we practice with the assumption that we lack Buddha nature and must develop it, we reinforce the very ignorance that causes suffering. True practice is the expression of Buddha nature, not the method for attaining it. That night, Huineng quietly leaves the monastery, knowing that his selection has created too much controversy for peaceful teaching. He spends the next 15 years in hiding, deepening his realization while working at various humble jobs. When he finally emerges to teach, his approach revolutionizes Zen Buddhism. Instead of emphasizing gradual purification through accumulating merit and knowledge, he points directly to the mind's inherent enlightenment. Instead of complex practices designed to achieve awakening, he shows people how to recognize the awareness that is already awake. Years later, when students ask about the difference between his teaching and more gradual approaches, Huineng often refers to the two poems that marked his recognition as the master's successor. Both poems contain truth, he explains. If you believe your mind is dusty, then by all means practice polishing it. But don't forget to ask, who is doing the polishing? The consciousness that seeks to purify itself is already pure. It just needs to recognize its own nature instead of focusing on imaginary dust. He smiles gently at his students. The most profound realization is also the simplest. What you are seeking, you already are. The Buddha nature you hope to develop is the very awareness through which you understand these words. Stop looking for it somewhere else and recognize what is looking. As you rest deeply tonight, consider your own relationship to spiritual seeking. Are you trying to polish a mirror that is already clear? Can you sense the awareness that knows your thoughts and experiences without being disturbed by them? This knowing presence is your Buddha nature, not something to be developed, but something to be recognized as what you most fundamentally are. Let your breathing slow as you settle into this recognition, not as a concept, but as your most basic, intimate reality. Like the mirror that is inherently bright, your awareness is naturally clear, naturally awake, naturally at peace. Feel your consciousness drifting deeper now, like settling into a warm pool of perfect stillness. Let your awareness travel to a small roadside tea stall where an old woman has served travelers for 30 years. Her tea house is nothing special to look at, a simple wooden structure with a few rough tables and benches, but travelers often speak of the unusual peace they experience there. The old woman, whose name is Kaoshan, moves through her simple tasks with unhurried grace. She prepares tea with complete attention, serves food with genuine care, and listens to travelers' stories with presence that makes each person feel truly heard. There's something about her that makes people slow down, breathe deeper, speak more honestly about their lives. One day, a famous Zen master named Dongshan arrives at her tea stall during a journey between monasteries. He is accompanied by several disciples who treat him with obvious reverence, hanging on his every word and competing for his attention and approval. Dongshan has heard rumors about this old woman from other travelers, stories suggesting that despite her lack of formal education or monastic training, she possesses unusual wisdom. He decides to test her understanding, perhaps expecting to find simple faith rather than genuine insight. As Taoshan serves tea to the group, Dongshan poses a question designed to reveal the depth of someone's realization. Old woman, where does Buddha nature reside? The question is a classical test, one that could be answered in sophisticated ways, demonstrating knowledge of various Buddhist philosophical schools. The disciples lean forward, curious to hear how this simple tea seller will respond to their master's profound inquiry. Cao Shan pauses in pouring tea, not from confusion, but from what seems like genuine consideration of the question. Then, instead of giving a verbal answer, she simply continues serving, placing cups before each person with careful attention, filling them with perfectly prepared tea, offering small cakes with gracious hospitality. Dongshan waits for her verbal response, then realizes that her actions may themselves be the answer. I asked you about Buddha nature, he says, with slight impatience. Can you respond to my question? Cao Shan looks at him with eyes that hold both humor and compassion. Honored sir, I have been answering your question continuously since you arrived. Buddha nature is not hiding somewhere that requires special knowledge to locate. It is expressing itself in every moment of genuine presence. She gestures to the teacups. When I prepare this tea with full attention, Buddha nature prepares tea. When I listen to a traveler's worries with an open heart, Buddha nature listens. When I clean these simple tables with care for the next guests, Buddha nature cleans. One of the disciples interrupts, but those are just ordinary activities. Surely Buddha nature is something more profound than serving tea and cleaning tables. More profound than presence itself? Cao Shan asks gently. More profound than the consciousness that knows and cares and responds appropriately to each situation? What could be more profound than awareness expressing itself as ordinary kindness? Dongshan, beginning to sense that he's encountering genuine wisdom rather than simple faith, presses further. But how do you know you've realized Buddha nature? What confirms your understanding? Instead of answering directly, Cao Shan asks him, when you drink this tea, who tastes it? I do, of course. And this eye that tastes, can you show me where it exists? Is it in your mouth, your mind, your body? Dongshan considers this question, recognizing it as a pointing toward the non-dual nature of experience. The eye that tastes cannot be located as a separate entity from the tasting itself. Exactly. And this non-separate awareness that knows the taste without being different from the tasting, this is what expresses itself when I serve tea, when you drink it, when birds sing in the trees outside. There is no Buddha nature separate from the natural functioning of consciousness in each moment. She refills his cup with the same careful attention she's given throughout their conversation. You ask how I know I've realized Buddha nature. The question assumes Buddha nature is something to be possessed or achieved. But Buddha nature is what asks the question, what hears the response, what understands or doesn't understand the teaching. One of the younger disciples, clearly struggling with this non-conceptual approach, asks, then why do we need meditation? Why study scriptures? Why practice at all if Buddha nature is already functioning? Cao Shan smiles warmly at the young man. Practice can be wonderful for settling mental agitation and developing helpful qualities. But the most important practice is recognizing what is already present rather than trying to achieve something that isn't here yet. She wipes the table with the same attention she gives to everything else. When you meditate, what meditates? When you study, what understands the teachings? When you try to find Buddha nature, what is doing the seeking? The very capacity that engages in spiritual practice is itself the Buddha nature you're seeking. Dongshan sits quietly, recognizing that his initial intention to test this old woman's understanding has transformed into receiving profound teaching from her. You speak of Buddha nature as if it's the most ordinary thing in the world. Because it is. It's so ordinary, so constantly present, that we overlook it while searching for something special or exotic. It's like wearing glasses while frantically searching for them. The very thing that enables our seeking is what we're seeking. As the afternoon progresses, more travelers stop for tea, and Dongshan observes how Cao Shan interacts with each person. Her responses are perfectly suited to each individual, challenging the arrogant, comforting the troubled, listening patiently to the lonely, offering practical advice to the confused. But what impresses him most is that none of this appears calculated or forced. Her responses arise naturally from a deep presence that seems to know instinctively what each situation needs. This is Buddha nature in expression, not as a philosophical concept, but as lived wisdom responding appropriately to life as it unfolds. When Dongshan and his disciples prepare to leave, he bows deeply to Cao Shan, a gesture of respect that surprises his students who have never seen their revered master bow to a layperson. "Thank you for this teaching," he says sincerely. "You have shown me that realization is not about achieving special states or accumulating spiritual knowledge, but about recognizing the natural awareness that is always present, always responding, always complete." Cao Shan bows in return. "You honor me, Master. But remember, the Buddha nature that received this teaching is the same Buddha nature that gave it. There is only one consciousness expressing itself as teacher and student, question and answer, seeking and finding." Years later, when students ask Dongshan about the most profound teaching he ever received, he often tells the story of the old woman's tea stall. "She taught me that enlightenment is not somewhere else, waiting to be discovered through special efforts. It is the natural functioning of consciousness in each moment, sometimes clear, sometimes clouded, but always present, always Buddha nature expressing itself as whatever is happening." He pauses, smiling at the memory. The most extraordinary realization is recognizing the absolute ordinariness of what we truly are. Buddha nature serves tea, washes dishes, listens to travelers' stories, and answers Zen masters' questions with the same natural presence. It is what you are, not what you might become. Tonight, as you rest in deepening peace, notice the consciousness that is aware of these words, that knows the sensation of breathing, that experiences the settling of your body into sleep. This aware presence is your Buddha nature, not something special or mystical, but the most ordinary, intimate aspect of your being. Like Cao Shan serving tea with complete presence, you can recognize that whatever you're experiencing right now is Buddha nature expressing itself as your life. There's nothing to achieve, nothing to become, only the recognition of what you have always been. Let your breathing slow as you settle into this understanding, not as a belief, but as your most immediate reality. The awareness that knows these words is the same awareness that Buddha recognized, the same consciousness that all teachings point toward. It has been with you always, will remain with you always, is in fact what you most essentially are. As your body grows heavier and your breathing naturally slows, let your awareness drift to a prosperous trading city where merchants from distant lands gather to exchange goods. Among them is a successful trader named Vimaladatta, whose wealth has grown substantially over the years through careful planning and shrewd business decisions. Yet, despite his material success, Vimaladatta finds himself troubled by strange dreams that have been recurring for months. In these dreams, he sees himself as different people, sometimes a poor farmer struggling with drought, sometimes a sick beggar pleading for help, sometimes a grieving mother, sometimes even animals fleeing from hunters. Each dream is vivid and emotionally intense. He feels the farmer's desperation as crops fail, experiences the beggar's humiliation when people turn away, suffers the mother's heartbreak over a lost child. When he wakes, it takes time to remember who he actually is. the successful merchant whose life is quite comfortable and secure. These dreams begin to affect his waking hours. He finds himself wondering about the experiences of people he encounters in his business, the laborers who carry his goods, the servants in his household, even the animals that transport his merchandise. Previously, he had seen them simply as part of the machinery of commerce. Now, he wonders what their inner lives are like, what fears and hopes they carry. Disturbed by these unusual dreams and the questions they raise, Vimaladatta seeks out a wise teacher who is known for understanding the deeper meanings of such experiences. The teacher, an elderly monk named Asanga, listens carefully as Vimaladatta describes his nightly visions. Master, Vimaladatta concludes, these dreams feel more real than my waking life sometimes. I'm beginning to question which experience represents my true identity, the successful merchant I appear to be during the day, or these various suffering beings I become in my dreams. Asanga considers this question thoughtfully. Tell me, during your dreams, do you doubt that you are the farmer, the beggar, the grieving mother, or do those experiences feel completely real and immediate? They feel absolutely real. When I'm the farmer, I have no doubt that farming is my life, that the drought threatens everything I've worked for. When I'm the beggar, I know with complete certainty that this is my reality, that I depend on others' charity to survive. And when you wake up as the merchant, which identity feels more true? Vimaladatta pauses, recognizing the depth of this question. Initially, the merchant identity feels more real because it's continuous, more familiar. But as the day progresses, and I remember the intensity of the dream experiences, I start wondering if they're revealing something about reality that my ordinary consciousness doesn't perceive. What if both experiences are dreams? Asanga suggests gently. What if the consciousness that experiences itself as a merchant is the same consciousness that experiences itself as a farmer or beggar, just wearing different costumes in different plays? You're suggesting that my merchant identity is also a kind of dream? Not exactly. I'm pointing to something more fundamental. There is awareness that knows the merchant's experience, awareness that knows the farmer's experience, awareness that knows the beggar's experience. This knowing consciousness itself, what is its identity? Vimaladatta searches within for this awareness that Asanga is pointing toward. The awareness that knows all these different experiences. It doesn't seem to have a fixed identity. It's present in all of them, but it isn't limited to any of them. Exactly. This consciousness that can experience itself as merchant or farmer, human or animal, happy or suffering, this is what Buddhist teaching calls Buddha nature. It's the pure awareness that can take on any identity while remaining essentially unchanged. As this understanding begins to settle, Vimaladatta looks around the teacher's simple room with different eyes. Are you suggesting that the same consciousness that's aware through my experience is also aware through your experience? That we're somehow the same awareness wearing different forms? What does your own investigation reveal? When you look deeply at the consciousness that knows your thoughts and experiences, and when you imagine the consciousness that knows my thoughts and experiences, can you find any essential difference between them? Vimaladatta contemplates this question, and gradually a profound recognition begins to dawn. It's like. If consciousness is like space, then individual identities are like different rooms built within that space. The rooms have different contents, different purposes, but the space itself is continuous throughout. That's a helpful metaphor. The space of consciousness is not divided by the walls of individual identity, even though it appears from within each room as if the walls create real separation. Over the following weeks, as this understanding deepens, Vimaladatta finds his dreams becoming less disturbing and more illuminating. Instead of feeling confused about which identity is real, he begins to recognize that all identities are temporary expressions of the same fundamental awareness. This recognition transforms how he conducts his business. When he looks at his employees, he no longer sees separate individuals whose welfare is unrelated to his own. He recognizes the same consciousness looking back at him through different eyes, experiencing life through different circumstances. His treatment of workers improves dramatically, not because he forces himself to be more ethical, but because he naturally wants to alleviate suffering when he recognizes it as his own suffering appearing in different forms. His business practices become more generous and fair, not from external obligation, but from internal recognition of unity. The dreams gradually become less frequent as Vimaladatta integrates their teaching into his waking understanding. When they do occur, he experiences them with fascination rather than disturbance, recognizing them as consciousness exploring different aspects of its own nature. One day, months later, Vimaladatta returns to visit Asanga and share how his life has transformed. The dreams taught me something I couldn't learn any other way, he explains. They showed me that individual identity is much more fluid and temporary than I believed. The consciousness that experiences life as me is the same consciousness that experiences life as everyone else. And how has this recognition affected your daily life? Everything is the same and completely different simultaneously. I still conduct business, still live in my house, still have the same personality and preferences. But there's an underlying recognition that these are temporary expressions rather than my ultimate identity. Vimaladatta pauses, watching birds through the window. Most remarkably, I feel less separate from others and from life itself. When I help someone, I experience it as consciousness helping itself. When I see beauty in nature, it's consciousness appreciating its own expression. Even when I witness suffering, there's a quality of intimacy with it that wasn't there before. This is the awakening that Buddha nature makes possible, Asanga confirms. Not escaping from individual life, but recognizing that individual life is Buddha nature temporarily experiencing itself in particular forms. The merchant, the farmer, the beggar, all are Buddha nature exploring different aspects of existence. Years later, when other merchants ask Vimaladatta about his transformation from someone focused solely on profit to someone known for unusual wisdom and generosity, he often tells them about his dreams. Those dreams taught me that what I thought was my fixed identity, successful merchant, was actually just one temporary expression of something much larger. When you truly understand that the consciousness looking through your eyes is the same consciousness looking through everyone else's eyes, business becomes a form of spiritual practice, and success means contributing to the well-being of the whole. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, consider your own dreams and how they reveal the fluid nature of identity. The consciousness that experiences dreams is the same consciousness that experiences waking life, aware, present, unchanged, whether the content is familiar or strange, pleasant or difficult. This awareness that knows all your experiences while being limited by none of them is your Buddha nature. It has appeared as every character in your dreams, every version of yourself you've ever been, every experience you've ever had. Yet, it remains essentially unchanged, essentially free, essentially awake. Let your breathing slow as you rest in this recognition, allowing yourself to settle into the spacious awareness that is your deepest nature. Like Vimaladatta's dreams revealing the unity beneath apparent differences, your own rest tonight can reveal the awakened consciousness that has been present all along. As this exploration of awakening and insight draws to a close, notice how these profound recognitions have naturally deepened your rest. Huike's meeting with Senkan reveals that what we seek is the very awareness that's seeking. Huineng's mirror poem points to the Buddha nature that needs no polishing, only recognition. Cao Shan's tea service demonstrates enlightenment, expressing itself through ordinary presence. Vimaladatta's dreams show how consciousness explores different identities while remaining essentially unchanged. Feel how your body has grown naturally heavier as these teachings worked their silent transformation, each story revealing another aspect of the fundamental truth that awakened awareness is not something to be achieved, but something to be recognized as your own most intimate nature. Your breathing has become slower and deeper as these insights settled into understanding beyond concepts, beyond beliefs, into direct recognition of what you have always been. The peace you've been seeking is the very consciousness that has been doing the seeking. As we approach the later stages in our journey, we turn toward the profound rest that comes from recognizing that there's ultimately nothing to attain, nothing to fix, nothing to become. These closing teachings on simple being and deep rest will carry you into sleep itself as a form of awakening, where the ordinary miracle of consciousness naturally settles into its own perfect nature. The seeds of recognition planted tonight will continue flowering in dreams and in the space between dreams, in ways that don't require your effort or understanding. Simply rest now in the vast awareness that knows all experiences while being limited by none, that dreams all identities while remaining eternally free. Feel yourself being carried toward the deepest rest of all, the recognition that what you are seeking, you already are. As we enter the final part of this gentle journey through Buddhist wisdom, your body has found its natural state of complete relaxation. The teachings on foundation, letting go, compassion, and awakening have prepared your heart and mind for the deepest rest of all, the recognition that you need do nothing more than simply be. Feel your breathing becoming so slow and deep that it seems to breathe itself. We explore now the profound rest that comes from understanding that you are already perfect as you are, that this moment is already complete, that the peace you've been seeking has been here all along, waiting for you to stop searching and simply arrive. Let these final teachings carry you into sleep itself as a form of awakening, where consciousness naturally returns to its source, where all seeking dissolves into the perfect stillness of simply being. In the misty mountains of ancient China, where clouds drift between peaks like slow thoughts across a vast mind, there lived a monk whose reputation puzzled everyone who heard of him. Unlike other renowned teachers known for their brilliant teachings or miraculous powers, Master Lazy Cloud was famous for doing nothing at all. His small hermitage, perched on a cliff overlooking a valley of pine trees, contained the barest essentials: a sleeping mat, a teapot, a few simple robes. No impressive library of sacred texts, no elaborate altar, no stream of pilgrims seeking wisdom. Just one old monk who seemed to spend his days sitting quietly, watching clouds drift across the sky. Word of this unusual teacher reached a young monk named Fayan, whose head was full of questions about Buddhist practice and philosophy. Fayan had studied with several masters, accumulated extensive knowledge of scriptures, and developed considerable skill in meditation. Yet, despite all his learning and practice, he felt no closer to the peace that all the teachings promised. Convinced that Master Lazy Cloud must possess some secret teaching hidden beneath his apparent inactivity, Feiyan made the difficult journey up the mountain path to the hermitage. He found the old master exactly as described, sitting peacefully on his porch, apparently doing nothing but watching the play of light and shadow across the valley below. "Master," Feiyan said, bowing respectfully, "I have traveled far to receive your teaching. I've studied extensively, but still haven't found the true peace that Buddhism promises. What special practice or insight can you share that will finally bring me to enlightenment?" Lazy Cloud looked at the earnest young monk with gentle eyes that held neither urgency nor laziness, just a quality of restful attention. "I don't teach anything special," he replied simply. "I just sit here and watch the clouds." Feiyan waited for more. Surely this was just the beginning of a profound teaching that would unfold into complex wisdom. But the master simply returned his attention to the sky, where white clouds drifted slowly across the blue vastness. "But master," Feiyan persisted, "surely there must be more to your practice than just watching clouds. What meditation techniques do you use? What scriptures do you study? How do you cultivate wisdom and compassion?" "When I'm hungry, I eat," Lazy Cloud responded without shifting his gaze from the sky. "When I'm tired, I sleep. When the sun shines, I enjoy warmth. When it rains, I listen to the sound of water on the roof. What else is there to cultivate?" Feiyan felt frustrated by these simple responses that seemed to offer no practical guidance. But what about the noble truths? What about the Eightfold Path? What about all the teachings that show us how to overcome suffering and achieve liberation? Now Lazy Cloud did turn to look at the young monk, his face holding both compassion and gentle amusement. "Are you suffering right now, in this moment?" Feiyan automatically started to list his concerns, his spiritual progress, his unanswered questions, his desire for deeper realization, then paused to actually check his present moment experience. Sitting on the peaceful porch, breathing the clean mountain air, surrounded by natural beauty, what suffering could he actually locate? Well, I suppose right now I feel quite peaceful, actually. But I know suffering will return when I encounter difficult circumstances, or when my mind becomes agitated again. And when that happens, will you still be sitting here breathing mountain air? No, I'll be somewhere else, in different circumstances, with different thoughts and feelings. So you want to solve the problems of imaginary future moments while missing the peace of this actual moment? Something in this question stopped Feiyan's mental momentum completely. He had indeed been so focused on preparing for hypothetical future difficulties that he was overlooking the natural ease available right now. But surely we must prepare for challenges. Surely we must develop wisdom and strength through practice to handle whatever life brings. Lazy Cloud nodded slowly. When challenges come, we respond to them. When practice is needed, we practice. When wisdom is required, it arises naturally from presence. But trying to solve tomorrow's problems with today's worry only creates unnecessary suffering in a moment that might otherwise be peaceful. As the afternoon progressed, Feiyan gradually stopped asking questions and began simply sitting with the master in comfortable silence. The urgency to understand something complex or achieve something special slowly faded, replaced by an appreciation for the simple fact of being alive, aware, and present on a beautiful mountainside. When the sun began to set, painting the sky in soft colors, Lazy Cloud prepared simple tea and shared it with his guest. The tea was nothing extraordinary, just hot water poured over plain leaves, but somehow it tasted perfect, exactly right for this moment, this place, this simple exchange between two human beings. "Master," Feiyan said quietly, I'm beginning to understand something, but I can't quite put it into words. The most important understanding usually can't be put into words, Lazy Cloud replied. Words are useful for pointing toward truth, but they can also distract us from experiencing it directly. What I'm sensing is that I've been making enlightenment into something complicated that requires special effort and achievement, when actually it might be as simple as this. Just being present, just responding naturally to whatever is happening. What do you think Buddha nature is doing when you watch these clouds drift across the sky? Fei Yan considered this question, letting his attention rest in the simple act of seeing. Buddha nature is watching clouds? Is there any difference between Buddha nature watching clouds and you watching clouds? Is there some separate entity called Buddha nature that must be achieved or developed? Or is Buddha nature simply the natural awareness that knows these colors, shapes, and movements? A profound simplicity began to dawn in Fei Yan's understanding. You're saying that what I am right now, in this ordinary moment of awareness, is already Buddha nature expressing itself? What else could it be? The consciousness that sees beauty in the sunset, that appreciates the warmth of tea, that naturally feels compassion for others' suffering. This is Buddha nature. Not something you need to develop or achieve, just something you need to recognize and trust. That evening, as they prepared for sleep, Fei Yan realized he felt more genuinely peaceful than after years of intensive practice and study. Not because he had gained something new, but because he had stopped trying to be different from what he naturally was. Master, he asked as they settled into their simple bedding, if enlightenment is this simple, why do so many people struggle with spiritual practice for decades without finding peace? Lazy Cloud's voice came softly through the darkness. Because they don't trust their own Buddha nature. They think it needs to be improved, purified, or developed before it can bring them happiness. But Buddha nature is already perfect, already peaceful, already present. It just needs to stop trying to become something other than what it is. The sound of wind through pine trees filled the comfortable silence between them. Your practice, the master continued, is not to achieve some special state, but to recognize and trust the awareness that is already here. When you do this, everything becomes practice, eating, sleeping, walking, working, even doing nothing at all. Fei Yan spent several more days at the hermitage, gradually integrating this understanding into his being. He discovered that when he wasn't trying to be enlightened, presence came naturally. When he stopped evaluating his spiritual progress, contentment arose spontaneously. When he quit seeking special experiences, ordinary moments revealed their inherent completeness. When he finally prepared to leave, Fei Yan bowed deeply to his teacher. Thank you for showing me that what I was seeking was what I already am. Lazy Cloud smiled. I didn't show you anything. You recognized your own nature by simply stopping long enough to notice it. This recognition is available to everyone, always, in every ordinary moment. Years later, when Fei Yan had become a teacher himself, students often asked him about the most important teaching he ever received. He would tell them about Master Lazy Cloud and the profound lesson of doing nothing special. The deepest wisdom, he would say, is recognizing that what you are right now, in this ordinary moment, is already the Buddha nature that all practices point toward. You don't need to become someone else or achieve special states. You need only trust the awareness that is naturally present, naturally peaceful, naturally wise. Tonight, as you settle into sleep, remember Master Lazy Cloud's teaching. You don't need to do anything special, achieve any particular state, or become someone different. The consciousness that knows these words, that feels your body settling into rest, that naturally releases into sleep, this is already your Buddha nature, already perfect, already free. Let your breathing slow as you trust this natural awareness, allowing it to simply be what it already is without trying to improve or change it. Like clouds drifting across a vast sky, thoughts and experiences come and go, but the awareness that knows them remains spacious, peaceful, and complete. The return to silence. As your breathing becomes so gentle, it hardly seems to move. Feel your awareness settling like dust in a closed room, like water finding its own level, like the natural return of all things to their source. We come now to the end of our journey through Buddhist wisdom, but this ending is really a beginning, the recognition that all seeking eventually leads back to the simple silence from which all experience emerges. In this final story, there is no story, only the vast spaciousness of awareness itself, tired of wearing costumes, ready to rest in its own boundless nature. Like the Buddha sitting under the Bodhi tree, you too can rest in the understanding that there's ultimately nowhere to go and nothing to achieve. Feel your body becoming so relaxed that it seems to merge with whatever supports it. Your breath so slow and natural that it breathes itself. Your mind so peaceful that thoughts arise and dissolve like bubbles in champagne, leaving only the clear awareness that has been present throughout all our stories, all our seeking, all our finding. This awareness that has listened to teachings about foundation and letting go, that has opened to lessons on compassion and recognition of Buddha nature, this same awareness now prepares to rest in its own source. Like a river finally reaching the ocean it was always flowing toward. In this deep rest, there's no need to remember any teaching, no effort to maintain any particular state of mind. Just as the body naturally knows how to sleep without instruction, consciousness naturally knows how to rest in its own perfect stillness. The monastery bells that called us to mindful presence, the gardens that taught us acceptance, the mirrors that showed us our original face, the wells that revealed our interconnection, all of these were nothing more than consciousness recognizing itself in different forms, awareness playing at being a student, discovering what it has always known. Now, as sleep approaches like a gentle tide, all the characters in our stories, the monks and masters, the seekers and finders, the struggling and the awakened, all reveal themselves as temporary expressions of the one consciousness that you are, that you have always been, that you could never not be. The woodcutter who found peace in simple work, the merchant who discovered wealth in sharing, the mother whose grief became compassion, the student whose seeking dissolved into recognition, all with the play of your own Buddha nature, exploring different aspects of its infinite nature. And now, like a master storyteller who has finished the evening's tales, consciousness prepares to rest in the silence from which all stories arise. Not the absence of awareness, but awareness so complete, so natural, so effortless that it needs no object, no experience, no story to confirm its existence. In this settling into sleep, there's no one sleeping and nothing to sleep into, only the natural return of awareness to its own source, like space relaxing back into space, like light settling into light, like silence deepening into the perfect silence that contains all sounds, yet remains forever undisturbed. The teachings of Buddhism, the wisdom of all the world's great traditions, the seeking of countless generations, all point toward this simple rest, this natural ease, this uncomplicated presence that needs no effort to maintain and no practice to achieve. Your breath grows so quiet now, it's barely perceptible. Your heart beats so gentle it seems to pulse in rhythm with the universe itself. The boundary between your individual consciousness and the vast awareness that contains all experience dissolves like salt in water, leaving only the tape.
Bro, what the fuck? What is that noise?
Taste of pure being. There's
The fuck is honking, bro? No. It's 4:20 a.m. and there's someone honking. What the fuck is wrong with these people? What's wrong with you? I cannot believe these people.
nothing more to seek, nothing left to understand, nothing additional to achieve. The
peoples these days.
There is a teaching in the oldest Buddhist texts that treats human suffering with the precision a doctor applies to an illness, naming the mechanism, identifying the cause, describing the cure. 2,500 years ago, the Buddha organized this teaching into 4 parts. The first named what is actually happening when life feels the way it often feels. The second identified the cause. The third confirmed that the cause can cease. The fourth described a path, 8 specific practices. Each one cultivated the way a farmer cultivates a field. This video follows those 4 parts through 6 lives, drawn from those same texts. A woman whose grief drove her to madness, and what the teaching gave her when everything else was gone. A king buried to his neck in a charnel ground who maintained, in that exact darkness, a quality of mind his captors had no means of reaching. a farmer who stood in his own field and recognized the entire path in the language he had worked in his whole life. A wandering stranger who spent years walking toward a teaching he couldn't name and found it in a potter's house on an otherwise ordinary evening. By the time this ends, all 4 parts will be clear, applicable to the particular shape of your particular life, starting from exactly where you are. Find a comfortable position wherever you are, and let this be slow. The teaching carries no urgency at all. It has been here a very long time. The first part of the teaching begins with a woman who did not know she was wandering. Her name was Vasipthi. She appears in the oldest recorded collection of women's Buddhist poetry from the Pali Canon, a collection of verses composed by women who had practiced and, in the tradition's understanding, had understood the teaching well enough to articulate it. Her account is among the most unsparing in the entire collection. She writes with the clarity that comes from having looked at what happened directly, without turning away from any part of it. Before the wandering, there was a household. There was a yard with specific morning sounds. There was grain to grind before the family woke, water to carry, clay pots that needed to be filled in a particular order each morning, because the order had become the shape of the morning itself. There were children, the weight of them when they were carried, the specific warm heaviness of a sleeping body lifted from a mat on the floor, the way a small arm goes completely loose when sleep has finally deepened past the point of dreaming. Her hands knew all of this without being asked. The knowing lived in the hands themselves, in the angle of the wrist when lifting, in the pressure of the fingers when the work required pressure, in the automatic reaching that happened before. The mind had caught up with what the body was already doing. For years, those hands had a purpose that never needed to be explained or justified, because the purpose was simply there, waking with the sun, present through all the hours between rising and sleep. There was the specific texture of raising children across the years, the way they went from being carried to walking beside her, from needing everything to needing different things, from one form of dependence to the next. Each year, the household rearranged itself around where they were. The food changed as their appetites changed. The sounds in the yard changed as the games changed. The evenings changed as conversations became possible that had not been possible before. A household with children in it is a living thing, something that continuously adjusts to the particular shape of the lives being lived inside it. And the woman at the center of all that adjusting adjusts with it, so gradually and so completely that she becomes, without noticing, a person whose entire inner organization has grown around the children's presence. These are the kinds of changes a person does not notice while they are inside them, because the person is too occupied with the actual living to step outside and observe the shape of the life being built. The shape only becomes visible from outside, and she was about to be outside it. Then one child died, then another, then the youngest. Vasithi's poem does not describe the manner of each death. What it describes is what the losses produced inside her, and what they produced was grief in a form she could neither hold nor name. The coherence of her inner life dissolved the way a structure dissolves when the thing holding it together is suddenly and completely gone. She wandered. She moved through roads and fields and towns for weeks without knowing she was moving. She did not choose a direction. She did not register hunger or cold. She did not notice that her clothing had come undone, or that people moved out of her path as she came near them, or that days were passing around her like weather she was no longer part of. The mind that organizes itself entirely around certain presences, the morning voice of a child, the weight of a body held against the chest, the daily rhythm of care for lives that depend on that care, loses its organizing center when those presences are gone. What remains keeps moving, keeps reaching, keeps searching the space where the presence used to be, because searching was what the life required, and the life has ended, but the searching has not received the instruction to stop. The wandering was coherent in exactly this sense, a mind continuing to do what it had been built to do, in conditions where what it had been built for was no longer there to be found. She moved through the responses of the people she passed without registering them. Some were afraid. Some mocked her. The fear and the mockery came from the same place. A person whose grief had exceeded the ordinary social container was asking something of those who witnessed her that most of them had no means of giving. The ordinary social responses to visible suffering, comfort, advice, the suggestion that things would improve, were not adequate to what she was carrying, and most people, sensing this gap, moved away from it rather than toward it. She kept moving. She came eventually to the area near Mithila where the Buddha was teaching. The meeting the text's record is quiet. A woman who had been wandering for weeks came into the presence of a man who looked at what was in front of him without looking away from it. Every other person whose path had crossed hers in that time had managed their own discomfort with what she was carrying by moving past it, around it, or away from it. The Buddha looked at her the way a physician looks at a patient who has traveled a long distance to be seen, with full attention, without needing the person in front of him to be less ill than she was. There is something that happened. When a person in extreme distress encounters that quality of steady attention. The Therigatha does not analyze it, but records the effect. She stopped. She sat. After weeks of roads and distances and people moving away from her, she came into contact with something that did not move away, and something in her recognized that this was what the searching had been unable to find in any town or on any road. He spoke to her. He offered no reassurance about where her children had gone. He did not suggest that suffering held a hidden meaning visible from a wider perspective. What he said, as the texts record it, is this: she had loved, she had lost, and loss is the nature of all things that come into being through causes. Every composite thing, everything that comes into existence through the meeting of conditions, will, when those conditions change with them. The children were composite things. Their arising was real. Their ceasing was real. Both belonged to the same truth. And the reaching, the weeks of road searching for what the hands had held, could change nothing of what was already unchangeable. Impermanence. Every school of Buddhism across 2,500 years has returned to this word because it sits at the center of what the teaching is attempting to address. Impermanence here carries no consolation inside it. It is the structural fact of conditioned existence, stated plainly as a description of how things actually are. To soften it would be to falsify it. What the Buddha offered Vasiththi on that road was accuracy, and accuracy, in the Buddhist understanding, is the form care takes when comfort would require saying something less than true. The physician who names a condition clearly does not cause harm by naming it. The naming is the beginning of knowing what to do. Something shifted in Vasiththi. The texts describe it as a return, the specific quality of a mind gathering itself back into coherence after having been scattered across weeks of roads. The grief was still completely present. What stopped was the particular quality of not knowing where to go that had been driving the movement, the directionless searching that had continued, because it had not been given a clear account of what it was doing and why it could not find what it was looking for. She listened, and over the following days, received the teaching in full. The grieving did not lift on any particular morning. What the canon records is a gradual process, a mind beginning to understand the mechanism of its own suffering, which is itself the first change the teaching produces. Understanding the mechanism does not immediately dissolve the feeling. It ends the confusion around the feeling, and ending the confusion changes what the feeling does inside a life. She requested ordination and practiced seriously over the years before composing the verses that bear her name. The poem does not beautify what happened. The children died, the madness came, she wandered, stated without apology, without framing that would make these facts easier to receive. The closing lines describe her mind as concentrated, freed, and clear. She says she has understood what needs to be understood. She is reporting a fundamental change in how experience was being met, a transformation in the relationship to circumstances that had not themselves changed. The children were still gone. The years without them were still the texture of her daily life. What had changed was the second layer, the mind's constant searching for what was no longer present to be found, the inability to let the grief be what it was, without simultaneously battling the fact that it existed. When that searching eased, through understanding the mechanism of the reaching, rather than through suppression or forgetting, what remained was grief without the additional weight of fighting it. Grief that is met directly has somewhere to go. Grief with resistance layered through it keeps circling. The energy that might have allowed the feeling to move through and complete itself is instead consumed in fighting the fact that the feeling exists. Now the teaching itself can be named. The Buddha organized suffering into 3 distinct forms. Once heard, these 3 forms become recognizable in any ordinary week, in any life. The first is the most obvious: plain pain, grief, illness, loss, the specific ache of something ending without warning, the weight of a conversation that leaves a residue lasting for days. This form announces itself without ambiguity. It arrived for Vasiti in a sequence that left no room for adjustment. For most people, it arrives in smaller doses, spread across the years, but the quality is the same. Something that was present is no longer present, and the fact of its absence cannot be argued with. The second form lives inside pleasant experience as much as painful experience. You are sitting at a table with people you love, and somewhere in the quality of that evening is the awareness that it is already becoming the past, that these people will change, that this hour will not come again in exactly this form. The pleasure is real. The awareness of impermanence riding alongside it is also real. Both occupy the same moment. Every parent who has watched a child sleep has felt this. The love is complete, and somewhere inside that completeness is the knowledge that the child in front of you tonight will not be exactly this child tomorrow. The years pass as they are being lived, and the living and the passing are simultaneous. Every good thing already contains the seed of its own change, and we know this even as we love the good thing fully. The third form is the most pervasive and the hardest to point at directly, because it operates below the level of specific experience. It is the quiet, structural sense that the present moment is not quite complete as it is, that something is still slightly out of reach, that fullness keeps arriving at a delay, that the current arrangement of things does not satisfy in the way it was supposed to. It is the specific restlessness that makes a pleasant afternoon feel slightly hollow, that keeps the mind scanning the horizon for something it cannot quite name, but remains convinced is slightly ahead of where it currently is. This is the grinding quality built into the wheel, persistent, low level, following a person through circumstances that, from the outside, look entirely fine. All 3 were present in Vasiti's wandering: the plain pain of the losses, the impermanence that every parent carries alongside every moment of care, and beneath both, the reaching, the mind moving through roads and fields in search of what it had been organized around. The wandering was the perfectly coherent response of a mind that had lost what it had been coherent around, and what the teaching addressed was the specific mechanism generating the wandering, the reaching itself, the engine that the grief had set in motion. The first part of the Buddha's teaching says plainly, this is real. The unsatisfactoriness belongs to the structure of a life that depends on conditions for its continuity in a world where conditions are always changing. The person who feels it is paying accurate attention to what is actually here. The teaching begins with this observation as an act of recognition, a way of saying, you are reading the situation correctly. What you do with that accurate reading is what the rest of the teaching addresses. Most of us have spent years working around this ache, finding the right distraction, the right reframe, the right story about what is happening that makes the feeling more manageable. A mind encountering discomfort tends to move away from it, reduce it, keep functioning. The first part of the teaching does not judge this response. It shows what it costs. A mind actively keeping the ache at a manageable distance is consuming a significant portion of itself in that management, less available for full presence in the moments that actually matter, for genuine contact with the people in front of it, for the quality of attention that allows ordinary experience to be fully lived rather than observed from behind a careful distance. The management takes many forms. The phone checked between thoughts, the evening planned so densely that nothing can get in, the busyness that feels productive, but is partly the specific busyness of a person keeping something from becoming audible. Left unmet, the ache also does not diminish on its own. It continues in the background. The tightness in the chest in the early hours of the morning, the flatness that settles over an otherwise pleasant afternoon without clear cause, the sense that something is not quite right that persists through circumstances that, from the outside, look entirely fine. The management requires constant maintenance, and the cost of that maintenance compounds across years. The teaching asks for accurate looking. There is a specific quality of relief that comes from naming precisely what is actually present. A person given a precise account of a long-standing condition experiences a particular easing, not because the condition has resolved, but because the confusion around it has. The confusion is its own weight. It sits on top of the actual suffering and makes the actual suffering harder to meet directly, harder to work with. Removing the confusion does not remove the suffering. It makes the suffering workable. And workable is where everything else in this teaching begins. What working with the first part of the teaching actually looks like in a life is worth being specific about. Looking directly at suffering means recognizing its form accurately. This is grief. This is the awareness of impermanence. This is the structural restlessness of a mind encountering the nature of conditioned experience. That recognition is quieter than it sounds. It is the difference between being inside the grief and the story about the grief simultaneously, and being inside the grief while the story slows down enough to stop generating its own additional suffering. The story, the version of events the mind keeps narrating, explaining, building the case for, adds its own weight to what is already heavy. A story about grief can insist that the grief means something permanent about the future, or about the reliability of love, or about the person's capacity to survive what they are currently surviving. The grief itself carries none of those insistences. Seeing the story as a story does not eliminate the grief. It stops the story from multiplying the grief. Vasithi did not arrive at clarity by working harder at her grief. She arrived at it by understanding what the grief was doing and what she had been adding to it, the layer of resistance, the searching for what could not be found, the motion that continued because the life had trained her for motion, and the life's organizing purpose was gone. Understanding what is happening is always prior to knowing what to do about it. That sequence is built into the structure of the teaching itself. First, see accurately, then understand the cause, then recognize that the cause can cease, then walk the path. The first step, seeing accurately, is where everyone begins, regardless of how much or how little practice they have done. The particular thing the first part of the teaching offers, what Vasithi received on that road and carried into the years of practice that followed, is permission. Permission to let what is difficult be difficult, without adding to the difficulty the weight of fighting the fact that it is difficult at all. This is smaller than it sounds, and also larger than it sounds. Smaller, because it asks nothing dramatic, no heroic facing down, no forced gratitude, no insistence on finding the lesson before the feeling has had time to complete itself. Larger, because the permission, once genuinely received, changes the relationship to everything the teaching addresses afterward. You cannot work clearly with a cause you have not accurately identified. You cannot understand cessation without having first seen what it is that would cease. The first part of the teaching is the ground everything else stands on. Vasithi's poem has been in the canon for more than 2,000 years. It has been read by people in grief across every century since it was composed, in languages she would not have recognized, in circumstances she could not have imagined. It remains because it describes grief accurately, and accurate description, in the Buddhist understanding, is itself a form of care. The poem does not tell the reader what to feel. It shows what one woman felt, exactly as she felt it, and what became possible once the feeling was seen clearly. That is the entire movement of the first part of the teaching, compressed into the arc of one life. The second part begins with the cause. It asks a question simple to state and genuinely difficult to sit with. What is the mind reaching for, specifically when it reaches? And where does that reaching live in the relationships we are actually inside? In the love we are actually offering and receiving? In the choices that feel so much like simply being who we are, that they barely register as choices at all? The first part of the teaching named what is present. The second part looks underneath what is present and identifies the mechanism generating it, the specific quality of craving that the teaching calls thirst, the mind's constant movement toward what it wants and away from what it doesn't want, even when that movement is itself producing the suffering. A Brahmin named Magandhya tried to give the Buddha his daughter. In the refusal and its long aftermath, the second part of the teaching arrived with a clarity that took years to complete. Magandia was a Brahmin of standing in the town of Kamasadama, and he had a daughter whose beauty had been remarked upon across the region for years. He had refused many offers for her. This refusal came from a conviction he had carried quietly. The person who would be worthy of her had not yet appeared. The refusals were, in their way, a form of love. He believed something adequate to what his daughter was would eventually present itself, and he was prepared to wait. One morning, walking outside the town, he saw the Buddha seated at the edge of a path. What he saw in the man's bearing stopped him. There was a quality of absolute stillness in how the man sat, the specific stillness of someone who had arrived somewhere and had no need to be elsewhere. Something in Magandia recognized this quality as the thing he had been holding the space for. He turned and walked back to his house immediately. He returned with his wife and his daughter. He introduced them with the warmth of a man delivering something he has held in careful trust for a long time, intended for. He made his offer with a full and completely sincere heart. The Buddha looked at the daughter without desire. He then spoke about what the mind does with beauty. When it encounters it, it reaches. He described 3 forms of this reaching: toward pleasure, toward the continuation of what is pleasant, away from what is unpleasant. He said that satisfying these forms of reaching does not end them. It satisfies this instance. The reaching itself persists and will arise again in the same form or another. And then he offered a simile that Magandia found deeply, viscerally offensive. He described a leper, a man whose wounds had gone open across his body, the skin broken, the flesh beneath exposed. This man sits at the edge of a fire pit. He thrusts his open wounds toward the heat and scratches them at the same time. The heat brings a specific kind of relief. Warmth on raw skin produces a sensation that interrupts the itch for as long as the heat is present. The scratching intensifies this relief momentarily, but the scratching deepens the wound. The relief depends on the wound remaining a wound. Move the leper away from the fire, clean the wounds and treat them properly, and the relief produced by the heat becomes unnecessary because the condition requiring it has been addressed at its root. But the leper at the fire would resist being moved. The relief feels real. The alternative feels like deprivation. This, the Buddha said, is what craving does. It provides relief of a kind that maintains the wound requiring relief. Each satisfaction produces the next wanting. The sequence never completes itself because the mechanism was not designed to complete. It was designed to continue. A person embedded in this mechanism offered the possibility of a different relationship to experience will receive that offer the way the leper receives being moved from the fire, as a loss, as deprivation, as something to resist. Magandia left in anger. His daughter was not named in the simile, but the implication had landed with full force. He had offered something he valued completely and received in return a teaching about the nature of valuing itself. His anger was the entirely predictable response of a mind that craving was protecting from a teaching about craving. The texts record what followed across the years. His daughter, whose name was Magandi, eventually became one of the wives of King Udena of Kosambi. She was beautiful and intelligent, raised by a father whose years of careful refusal had communicated, clearly and repeatedly, that she was something exceptional, deserving the best the world could offer. She arrived at the king's court carrying this understanding of herself, and she was not wrong about the specific facts of it. She was exceptional. The king prized her. She had standing, comfort, and the king's attention. By every external measurement available in her world, she had what she had been raised to believe she deserved. And it was not enough. The king had other wives, and the other wives diminished her in her own understanding, from the center of everything to one among several. She was given the best the king's court could provide: fine rooms, attendants, clothing, food, and the genuine regard of a man of power. Each of these was real. Each provided the kind of relief the fire always provides. And the relief, in every case, required the wanting to remain active in order to be felt as relief at all. A person who no longer wanted the king's favor would not experience his favor as a gift. The pleasure of possession depends on the existence of the craving for possession, and the craving, once fed, simply takes a new form. What she wanted now was not merely the favor, but the exclusivity of the favor. What she wanted was to be the only one, and that wanting could not be satisfied without generating the next, sharper version of itself. She used her position. She arranged for people in the streets of Kosambi to abuse the Buddha as he walked through the town, calling after him, insulting him publicly, creating an atmosphere of hostility around him wherever he went. This is recorded in the Dhammapada commentary as a consequence of the long arc that began the morning her father made his offer. The anger Magandia carried from that morning had moved through the years and had settled in his daughter as a specific quality of resentment toward the man who had refused what her father offered. She could not have articulated this connection, the link between her father's wounded pride and her own actions years later was not visible to her as a link. This is one of the ways the teaching on craving is most precise. The mechanism operates largely below the level of conscious awareness, shaping choices that feel like free decisions, while being thoroughly conditioned by what the craving has been doing across years of a life. The harassment continued for a time. The Buddha's disciples were distressed by it, and he responded by walking them through a sequence of questions that led them to see that adding their own agitation to the agitation around them compounds, rather than reduces it. But the more significant moment in this longer arc belongs to Magandi herself. She was eventually brought, through events the texts do not detail, into a genuine encounter with the teaching she had spent years opposing. What this encounter required of her was the willingness to hear what the teaching actually said, rather than to continue hearing what she had long decided it had done to her family. She had spent years living the illustration the Buddha had given her father. She had sat at the fire pit, and the fire had brought the kind of relief the fire always brings, temporary, dependent on the wound remaining open, requiring constant renewal. The king's favor was real. The comfort it provided was real. What it could not provide was the cessation of the wanting, because no external arrangement has ever been capable of providing that. She had been given persuasive reasons to believe otherwise, and the years had quietly demonstrated the limits of those reasons. Now the teaching itself can be named. The second part of the Buddha's teaching identifies the cause of the suffering described in the first part. The cause is craving. The specific quality of reaching the teaching calls thirst. The word thirst is precise in a way that desire or wanting are not. Thirst is the experience of genuine need, driven toward finding relief by a discomfort that sharpens the longer it goes unaddressed. Satisfying thirst does not end the capacity for thirst. It ends this instance. Tomorrow the thirst returns. The teaching uses this word because it names the quality accurately. The reaching is driven by an absence, not simply inclined towards something pleasant. There is urgency in it. There is the quality of something that cannot simply wait. The teaching identifies three forms of this craving, and once heard, all three become recognizable in any ordinary week. The first is craving for sensory pleasure, the reaching toward taste, touch, sound, sight, or thought that promises relief from discomfort or an intensification of what is already pleasant. The phone checked when the mind grows restless. The food reached for when something uncomfortable circles nearby. The distraction chosen when the present moment feels insufficient. The conversation extended past the point of genuine interest, because the silence that would follow feels harder than the talking. Each of these satisfies something genuine. Briefly, the mechanism that generated the reaching is not touched by the satisfaction. It generates the next reaching. The second is craving for continuation, wanting things to remain exactly as they are when they are going well, wanting the relationship to stay as it currently is, wanting the good period at work to extend indefinitely, wanting the child who is currently easy to be with to remain easy to be with in the same ways next year and the year after that. This form attaches itself to good experience and turns what might have been fully received into something that must be maintained and defended against change. The good thing stops being something fully enjoyed and becomes something continuously threatened. A quality of vigilance settles inside pleasant experience, and the vigilance takes up the space that the experience itself might otherwise have occupied. The third form is craving for cessation, for something to stop, for the difficult feeling to end, for the uncomfortable situation to resolve, for escape from the present arrangement of things. This form is easy to miss because it sounds like reasonable preference. Wanting suffering to end sounds correct, and the third part of the teaching does say that suffering can cease. The distinction the teaching draws is between the cessation of the craving that generates suffering and the escape from suffering while leaving the craving intact. One addresses the root. The other manages a symptom while leaving the condition in place. Margandi's life illustrated all three. The reaching for what the king's favor could provide. The demand that the favor be exclusive and unchanging. And beneath both, the craving for the ache of never quite being enough, of having something she deserved, refused from the very beginning, to simply stop. The harassment of the Buddha in Kosambi was, at its root, that third form, the attempt to make the source of a long-standing discomfort disappear from the landscape of her life entirely. It produced nothing of the kind. The discomfort was not located in the Buddha. It was located in the mechanism itself, and that mechanism traveled with her wherever she went. The teaching on craving is the most difficult of the 4 parts to receive, and the difficulty is worth being specific about. The difficulty is not philosophical. It comes from the fact that this part of the teaching locates the cause of suffering inside the very process the mind is most invested in continuing. A mind organized around certain forms of craving will experience the teaching about craving as a direct address to the organizing principle of the life itself. This is what Margandia experienced on the road. The refusal and its accompanying teaching did not touch something peripheral. They addressed what was most central to his sense of himself, a man of discernment, a good father, a person whose capacity to recognize quality had finally found its proper object. The anger was evidence of the teaching's accuracy. The more centrally craving is organized into a life, the more resistant the mind is to hearing what the teaching says about it. A person embedded in a way of organizing their life around wanting does not experience that organizing as craving. They experience it as love, as ambition, as the appropriate care for what matters to them, as the reasonable preference for things going well. The teaching asks for a quality of attention precise enough to notice the reaching underneath these experiences, the grasping inside the love, the resistance to change, sitting inside every strong attachment to what is currently good. The leper simile is the teaching's most direct image because it acknowledges that pleasure is real. The heat is genuinely warm. The relief is genuinely felt. What the simile shows is that this particular structure of relief requires the wound to remain a wound, that seeking comfort in a way that depends on remaining in a state of needing comfort will never address the underlying condition. The fire is not the problem. The wound is, and the leper at the fire offered the possibility of treating the wound rather than managing its effects, resists, because from inside the reaching, the relief feels indistinguishable from the solution. This structure is present in most of what fills an ordinary day. The specific arrangement of activities, relationships, and ambitions that constitutes a life is partly the architecture of a person's particular craving, the forms the reaching has taken in one life, shaped by what that life has rewarded and what it has withheld. The content differs from person to person. The structure beneath the content does not. Something is wanted. The wanting drives movement toward it. The getting provides brief relief. The relief passes. The wanting returns, slightly shaped by what the getting produced. the movement resumes. Most people living inside this structure do not experience it as a structure. They experience it as simply how things are, the natural texture of a life being lived in the ordinary way. The reaching is so familiar that it generates no friction. It becomes legible only when something disrupts the cycle, when a long-wanted thing is finally obtained and the relief it provides is shorter than expected, when a relationship that was supposed to resolve something leaves an ache the relationship cannot address, when a life that meets every external criterion still feels insufficient in ways the person cannot fully explain. At these moments, the structure becomes briefly visible. Most people respond by adjusting the wanting something slightly different, or more of what they currently have. The adjustment keeps the structure intact. The teaching asks for the specific act of looking at the structure itself, noticing the reaching as reaching, the grasping as grasping, the quality of thirst operating underneath what the mind calls love or preference, or the reasonable desire for things to go well. This noticing does not require dramatic renunciation or the abandonment of what matters. It requires the kind of attention that can distinguish between the person loved and the craving for that person to remain exactly as they are, between the work that genuinely matters and the craving for that work to be recognized in specific ways, between the life being lived and the persistent insistence that the life be slightly other than it currently is. The value in the second part of the teaching is worth naming directly. The cause of suffering has been located inside a process that is observable. What can be observed can be worked with. The cause is not located in circumstances, in the wrong relationship, or the arrangement of things that must change before relief becomes possible. It is located in the quality of the reaching itself, which means the path towards cessation does not wait for the circumstances to improve. It requires understanding to deepen, and that deepening remains available regardless of what the circumstances happen to be doing. Magandia's anger on the road was not the anger of a bad man. It was the anger of a man in whom craving was operating completely enough that a teaching about craving produced, on first contact, exactly the resistance the teaching had described. He was inside the mechanism while hearing a description of it. Most people are. What the second part of the teaching offers is not an immediate exit from the mechanism, but a beginning of seeing it clearly, noticing the reaching as reaching in this conversation, in this moment of wanting something to be different, in this quiet scanning of the horizon for what is just slightly ahead of where things currently are. The noticing creates a gap. The gap is small, and the gap is everything the third part of the teaching works with. A king was buried to his neck in a charnel ground. His captors had removed his kingdom, his freedom of movement, and everything the world uses to measure whether a life is going well. What they found when they returned, what had persisted through the darkness, the cold, and the smell of death around him, is the third part of the teaching given its most complete and unsparing demonstration. Before the charnel ground, there was a kingdom. It had been functioning well for years, and Mahasilava's governance was the reason. He administered it with a particular quality of care. He held ministers accountable, directed the treasury toward his people's welfare, and made decisions that required absorbing political difficulty rather than choosing the convenient path. He was not a figure of legend in the way that legend tends to idealize its subjects. He was a man who tried consistently across years to do what governing well requires, in a world where doing what governing well requires always has costs. The people under his governance knew this about him, not through formal announcement, but through the accumulation of small decisions across years. A court case decided in favor of the person without standing rather than the person with influence. A public project funded from the treasury that served those who could not petition for it themselves. The quality of a ruler who has decided that governance is something done for others rather than something done for oneself shows up over time in the texture of ordinary life. The texture of life in Mahasilava's kingdom reflected this. The ministers he eventually dismissed had been taking bribes. He examined the evidence carefully, gave the process the time it required, and expelled them from their positions when the evidence was clear. It was the correct decision. It was also the decision that unraveled everything he had built. The expelled ministers traveled to the king of a neighboring territory and offered him something of precise value, detailed knowledge of Mahasilava's court, its defenses, its rhythms, the specific vulnerabilities in its structure. They had this knowledge because they had served closely for years. They spent it without hesitation. The neighboring king listened, understood what was being handed to him, and moved his army. The conquest was swift. Mahasilava was captured and brought before the conquering king. He arrived without the resources that make defeat bearable. No standing, no leverage, no allies within reach. The conquering king assessed him with the eyes of someone calculating what use a defeated ruler still serves, and arrived at a decision more elaborate than execution. Mahasilava was taken to the royal charnel ground, the place outside the city walls where the dead were left to decompose, and buried upright in the earth to the neck. The soil was packed around him to the level of his shoulders. His head remained above the surface. He was left there as the light drained from the sky. The charnel ground outside an ancient Indian city was a place of active decomposition, the smell of organic matter returning to soil, the sounds of animals that moved through it after dark, because the dark offered what they needed. Jackals came regularly. Wild dogs came. The smell was constant and did not vary with the time of night or the season. For a man buried to his neck in such a place, unable to move any part of his body except his head, with darkness settling around him, and the sounds of what was approaching from every direction, the hours ahead were a confrontation with the most fundamental human fears, delivered in their most complete form. What the texts record he did in those conditions is worth receiving slowly. He entered into the practice of loving kindness, the deliberate cultivation of goodwill, extended outward toward all living beings, beginning with himself, then to those nearby, then to strangers, then to those who had caused him harm, and finally, without limit or exception, to all beings in every direction. This practice is usually described in conditions of voluntary stillness, a quiet room, the floor of a forest monastery, a meditation hall. Mahasilava practiced it buried to his neck in a charnel ground. He extended that goodwill to the ministers who had brought about his capture, to the king who had ordered this, to the jackals moving through the darkness, outside and around him. Loving kindness in the Buddhist understanding is not a performance of warmth toward people who have done real harm. It is the specific orientation of a mind that has released its grip on wanting harm to come to those who caused harm. It does not revise the facts. Mahasilava's kingdom had been taken through betrayal. This remained entirely true, and the practice did not require pretending otherwise. What it addressed was the mind's habitual response to those facts, the compulsive activity that constructs resentment, rehearses grievances, generates images of what justice would require, and consumes attention in interior work that cannot change anything already occurred. When the practice is genuine, that activity quiets through a reorientation of where attention rests, rather than through suppression. The night moved forward around him. The sounds came closer, and then receded, and then came close again. What the nature of the practice implies, though the texts do not narrate his internal experience, is that the hours were spent in sustained, active, interior work, the mind fully occupied with the direction it had chosen, rather than with what the situation would ordinarily generate. Extending genuine goodwill to the ministers required holding them in mind as beings who had acted from fear, from wounded pride, from the ordinary human calculation of self-interest, beings capable of harm precisely because they were caught in the same mechanism of craving and self-protection that produces harm in any life. This is what the practice is for. Releasing the grip that keeps the mind locked onto what it has decided is responsible for its suffering, and returning attention to what is actually present in this moment, in this circumstance, with this darkness and these sounds and this particular patch of sky visible above. The fear was real. There is no version of a charnel ground at night that does not include fear, and the texts do not claim that Mahasilava was untouched by it. What the practice offered was a specific relationship to the fear, meeting it as one more condition present in this moment, rather than as a signal requiring immediate escape from what generated it. The difference between these two relationships to fear is practically significant. A mind that fear drives cannot use its attention for anything other than managing the fear and scanning for additional threats. A mind through which fear passes remains available to what else is present: the ground beneath him, the patch of sky visible above, and eventually, in the deep hours of the night, the sound, and then the proximity of a jackal coming close. At some point in the darkness, that jackal approached him. This is not a symbolic detail inserted by later tradition. Jackals came to charnel grounds because charnel grounds contained food, and a man buried upright in the earth was a presence that would attract investigation. The jackal came close and sniffed at his face. Mahasilava, in a condition of attention sustained through hours of practice, turned his head slowly and closed his teeth gently on the jackal's ear. The jackal pulled sharply back. In pulling, it disturbed the earth packed around the king's head. The disturbance was small, a loosening in the compacted soil at the surface around his neck. Over the hours that followed, Mahasilava worked this loosening with the only part of him that could move. His head, his neck, the soil worked slowly and without the kind of urgency that would pack it tighter, gradually gave way. The night was long enough for what the process required. Before the sky began to lighten, he had freed himself from the earth. He did not move toward escape. When he emerged, he walked to the palace. When the conquering king was told that his prisoner was at the gate requesting an audience, he agreed to see him out of a curiosity that had no ready framework for what was being described. Mahasilava entered and stood before the man who had ordered him buried. He did not carry grievance in his bearing, or the particular quality of a man arriving to settle a score. He offered a teaching about governance, that a kingdom built on betrayal will be betrayed in turn, that the ministers who brought intelligence against one king will carry it against another, that stable rule has its foundation in the quality of what a ruler does with power rather than in its accumulation. The conquering king listened carefully. What was in front of him was a man who had spent a night in a charnel ground and arrived at the palace the following morning, carrying neither bitterness nor urgency, only what was true, offered plainly, without the quality of someone expecting anything in return. He was persuaded in the way a person is persuaded when they encounter something solid, through the quality of what was in front of him, rather than through the force of the argument. Mahasilava was restored to his throne. The restoration is not the center of what this story carries. Had Mahasilava been killed at the gate, the third part of the teaching would have been no less demonstrated by the night he spent in the charnel ground. Cessation is not defined by what circumstances produce afterward. It is defined by what the mind does with what is present now. The restoration shows what becomes possible when a person operates from that quality of mind. The night in the charnel ground shows what the quality itself actually is. Now the third part of the teaching can be named. The third part says that suffering can cease. This claim requires care in the receiving, because what it means and what it sounds like are genuinely different. It does not mean that painful circumstances will be removed from a well-practiced life, or that equanimity produces pleasant feeling in difficult situations. What it says is more specific. the particular suffering generated by craving, the compulsive adding that turns plain pain into something consuming and relentless, can be addressed at its root. And when it is addressed at its root, what remains is experience without that specific quality of addition. The charnel ground is still a charnel ground. The loss of the kingdom is still entirely real. What ceases is the mind's automatic movement toward elaborating what is already there. The word equanimity is worth examining directly because it is consistently misread. It sounds like emotional flatness, the quality of a person who has stopped being affected by things. What the tradition means by it is the quality of a mind that meets experience fully, without the compulsion to immediately make that experience different from what it is. A person with this quality feels the cold. They hear the jackals. They know their situation with complete accuracy. What they do not have is the automatic machinery of thoughts about how the situation ought to be otherwise, who is to blame for it being this way, and what would constitute adequate redress. Mahasilava in the charnel ground had the full weight of the first kind of experience. The second kind was largely absent. The absence of the second kind is what the word cessation actually names. This distinction shows up in ordinary life in forms far smaller than a charnel ground, and the teaching intends for it to be recognized in those smaller forms. Consider the experience of making an error at work, something missed, something said badly in a meeting in front of colleagues. The plain experience is specific and immediate. The flush of embarrassment, the awareness of having failed at something in public, the knowledge that consequences follow. What ordinarily follows so automatically that most people experience the whole sequence as a single unbroken event is an extended interior narration. What this reveals about competence in general, whether it reflects inadequacies others have been noticing for longer than this particular moment, how far the consequences will extend. Each of these generates its own discomfort, which generates the next, and the embarrassment that lasted 3 minutes occupies the next 3 hours. The cessation the third part of the teaching points toward is the gradual development of enough space between the plain experience and the added narration that the narration can be seen as narration, a process the mind is doing, rather than a truth the situation contains. That space begins very small in early practice. It grows through the kind of steady, unglamorous attention that most practice actually consists of. As it grows, what a difficult moment does to the rest of the day begins to change. There is a specific quality of relief that develops as equanimity grows through ordinary practice, and it is worth naming directly. The relief arrives as the noticing, in a moment of difficulty, that the familiar spiral either did not begin or began and was seen before it had run its full course. This noticing, which feels small from inside it, represents a fundamental shift in the relationship between the mind and its own activity. The mind that notices the spiral starting can choose, in that moment of noticing, whether to follow it. The mind that does not notice cannot choose. Equanimity begins in the gap between the impulse and the action that follows from it, and it grows as that gap becomes more consistently available. Most people have experienced this in moments of genuine presence, a conversation in which they were fully absorbed, a task that held their attention so completely that the habitual mental machinery quieted on its own. The practice is the deliberate cultivation of that quality, rather than waiting for circumstances to produce it by accident. The third part of the teaching also carries something specific for the person currently inside a situation that cannot be changed. Some situations are simply what they are. Some losses are not recoverable. Some circumstances will not improve, regardless of what the person inside them does. For these situations, the third part of the teaching does not address the circumstances. It addresses what the mind does with the circumstances. In situations where the facts are fixed, changing what the mind does with those facts is the specific form of relief available. The suffering that belongs to the facts is what it is. The suffering that comes from the adding, the mind's constant movement of wanting the facts to be other than they are, the replaying and the wishing and the construction of a case against how things have turned out, can be worked with. The Buddhist teachings claim is that this second form of relief is the deepest relief available under any conditions, because it addresses the mechanism that generates suffering regardless of what external conditions happen to be doing. The third part requires a particular kind of courage to receive, and this is worth being honest about. The first part asked for honest acknowledgement of what is actually present. The second part asked for honest attention to the mechanism generating it. The third part asks for the willingness to trust that genuine change is possible, which means trusting something not yet fully experienced. For a person who has been carrying a familiar quality of suffering for years, this requires genuine openness, the actual willingness to entertain that the quality of experience can be different, rather than performed willingness that still expects to be disappointed. The familiar weight has become, over years, part of the texture of things. Its disappearance cannot be fully imagined from inside it. The teaching asks for trust in the direction before the destination is visible. Mahasi Lava's story is useful precisely here, because it shows where the quality that carried him through the charnel ground came from. The texts describe him as someone who had governed with genuine care across years, which means someone who had been practicing in the context of real decisions with real consequences, the specific orientation of a mind more interested in what is right than in what is comfortable or advantageous. The charnel ground was where that practice was tested in its most extreme form. It held because it had been built through such ordinary moments, the daily choice to absorb difficulty rather than take the convenient path, the consistent orientation of attention towards something other than its own protection and comfort. This is how equanimity develops in any life. It accumulates through small choices across ordinary days. The moment when the mind's first impulse toward defensiveness in a difficult conversation is noticed and not automatically followed. The moment when something goes wrong and the thought that wants to spiral into an extended story about what it means is seen as a thought rather than an accurate reading of the situation. These moments feel unremarkable when they occur. They generate no evidence visible from outside that anything of significance has happened. Their accumulated effect across months and years is what gets demonstrated when the charnel ground arrives, in whatever form it arrives. A common misreading of the third part of the teaching hears it as passive, as counsel toward accepting injustice without response. Mahasilava's behavior after his release addresses this directly. He did not disappear quietly. He walked back to the palace and offered a teaching that resulted in his reinstatement. The equanimity he demonstrated was the quality that made his action more precise and more effective. Action taken from rage tends to satisfy the emotional need of the person acting more reliably than it addresses the situation being acted upon. Action taken from clarity meets the situation as it actually is, with the full availability of attention, not consumed in the weather of craving and resentment. The third part has made its claim and offered its evidence. A claim with evidence is still not a practice. The question it generates, for anyone who has received it honestly, is the one Mahasilava's story makes inevitable. If cessation is genuinely possible, if equanimity is cultivated through ordinary moments, rather than arriving through dramatic spiritual attainment, if the adding that extends plain pain into something relentless is a process that can be worked with, then what does the working with actually consist of? What specific practices develop this quality? What does the path look like in the ordinary days where most practice either happens or does not happen? In conversations that go badly, in early mornings when the familiar restlessness arrives, in the daily work of moving through a life that contains, as every life contains, its full portion of difficulty. The answer the Buddha gave was specific and practical, organized into 8 areas of daily practice, each connected to the others, each one workable from the very first day of genuinely attempting it. A Brahmin named Kasi Bharadvaja was standing in his field one morning when a wandering man came and stood at the edge of his land, waiting for food. What passed between them that morning is the 4th part of the teaching given in the only form most people will ever need it. The language of work already being done, the soil already being turned, the harvest that a person who has spent their life cultivating things understands without needing to be told what cultivating means. The ploughing festival at Ekanar happened in the weeks before the monsoon, when the soil had softened enough to be worked and the rains were still a month away. 500 ploughs were in the field that morning, teams of animals moving along their furrows, workers following in rows behind them, the noise and smell of turned earth, thick in the air across the full width of the cultivated land, from its near boundary to where the tree line marked its far edge. Kasi Bharadvaja had farmed this land for years, and his movement through the morning's work carried the particular efficiency of someone whose body has absorbed the individual steps so completely that attention is freed for what only long experience can read. Which sections of the field need more depth today, where the soil is compacting and will need different treatment, how the angle of the light indicates how many hours remain before the heat becomes a limiting factor. He knew this land with the knowledge that accumulates through decades of working the same ground, a knowledge living below the level of conscious thought, expressing itself in the hands going to the right place before the mind has issued any instruction. The field and the man who farmed it had been in relationship long enough that the distinction between knowing the field and knowing himself had, in some practical sense, dissolved. He was also responsible, as host of the festival, for feeding 500 workers before the day's labor could properly begin. He moved among them, distributing food with the same efficiency he brought to everything the day required, when he noticed the wandering ascetic standing at the edge of his land with an alms bowl. The man's stillness was notable from a distance. He stood at the boundary of the field without the quality of someone waiting anxiously, and without the quality of someone performing virtue for an audience. He was simply there, fully present, in the way that very few people manage to simply be anywhere. Kasi Bharadvaja was a practical man in the middle of visible, physically demanding work. The figure at the field's edge appeared to be waiting for the results of other people's labor to arrive at his bowl without having contributed anything to that labor. He finished distributing the food, walked to the boundary of his land, and addressed the matter directly. "I plow and I sow," he said, "and then I eat. You should also plow and sow before you eat." The man looked at him without irritation. "I also plow and sow," he said, "and then I eat." Kasi Bharadvaja examined what was in front of him. No plow, no yoke, no draft animal, no plowshare, no goad, no equipment of any kind adequate to the claim being made. He was not a man who accepted implausible claims without evidence. "We see no plow," he said, "no yoke, no oxen, no plowshare. You say you plow and sow. Show me this farming of yours." The man sat down at the edge of the field. Behind Kasi Bharadvaja, the work continued, animals moving, workers following, 500 plows in the morning air. And then the man sitting at the field's boundary began to speak in the language Kasi Bharadvaja had lived inside his entire adult life. "Faith," he said, "is the seed. The seed goes into the ground first, before any other element of the cultivation has material to work with, before the rain has anything to reach, and the plow has any prepared bed to work across." The teaching uses the word faith with precision. It means the specific willingness to begin the work before the harvest has confirmed that beginning was worth it. The provisional reasonable trust of someone who has observed what the ground has produced for others across generations and is willing to attempt the same cultivation in their own plot. It does not mean credulity or the suspension of practical judgment in favor of something attractive. A farmer who needs to see the harvest before committing to the planting will never plant. The season will pass with the ground unbroken and the potential unrealized. A person who needs the full results of practice before beginning the practice will continue waiting for a certainty that only the practice itself can provide. Faith is what allows the work to begin in the presence of that uncertainty, before the outcome has declared itself, while the ground still looks like it always has. Practice is the rain. It falls consistently, or the seed cannot germinate, and what has been planted cannot survive the ground's natural tendency to dry between one effort and the next. The seed is present. The intention is present. The potential is present. But potential without the conditions sustaining it produces nothing the farmer intended. In the teaching, practice means the consistent return to the work across ordinary days, not the intense effort of transformation attempted in concentrated bursts of motivation, but the patient, unglamorous return to attention morning after morning, through the weeks and months in which nothing visible is changing and no evidence of growth appears above the surface. What the rain does through those apparently empty weeks is necessary for what will eventually emerge. The cultivation happening invisibly beneath the surface during the apparently silent periods is not separate from the eventual harvest. It is the harvest being prepared. Wisdom is the plough and the ploughshare combined, the instrument that turns the ground and cuts below the surface to the depth where something can actually take root and survive conditions that will not always be favorable. Surface understanding does not produce lasting growth. An idea about a teaching, held lightly, agreed with in conversation, kept at the level of an interesting position, will not change what the mind does during a difficult Thursday morning when the habitual machinery engages and the familiar spiral begins. The plough cuts below into the compacted earth and breaks it open to the depth where roots can go and stay. Wisdom in this teaching is the capacity to perceive below the surface of experience to the mechanisms operating beneath it, the craving underneath what feels like ordinary preference, the resistance underneath ordinary discomfort, the structure of adding beneath what appears to be simply the weight of the situation as it stands. This depth of perception is what the whole cultivation is aimed at eventually making possible. Moral care is the guiding pole. A plough driven without a guiding pole cuts in whatever direction the animal leads, and the furrow becomes uneven across the full length of the field. The ethical dimension of practice, how a person speaks, acts, and earns their living across the ordinary hours of ordinary days, provides the structural alignment that keeps everything else moving in a direction the cultivation can use. Ethics, in this understanding, is not a set of external rules governing behavior from outside. It is the recognition that actions generating harm in others generate the specific conditions that make the inner cultivation harder to pursue, and that aligning daily action with this recognition is maintenance work the field continuously requires. The guiding pole does not supply the force that drives the plow. It keeps the force moving true across the full length of the season. The mind itself is the draft animal. It provides the force that moves everything else forward through the resistance of the ground. An untrained mind moves in the direction of whatever pulls it most strongly from moment to moment, toward the available distraction, when distraction is present, toward the established groove of its habitual pattern, rather than the new furrow the farmer is attempting to cut. Training the mind is not about suppressing its energy. It is about developing, through patient and consistent effort, across genuine time, a mind that can be guided reliably in the direction the work requires. The change happens gradually, with little drama, in any individual day's practice. Its cumulative effects become visible in retrospect, when the quality of the mind's available attention is compared against what it was at the beginning of the training. Mindfulness is the plowshare that cuts, and the goad that keeps the animal moving when it slows. Without it, the plow rides over the surface without penetrating to the depth where something can grow. In practice, mindfulness means the capacity to notice what is actually present in this moment, in the body, in the quality of the mind, in the texture of what the current situation contains, without being absorbed so completely into the content of experience that awareness of the experience itself disappears inside it. A person who is aware of anger as anger is in a genuinely different position from the person who is simply angry, because the awareness creates a gap between the arising of the state and the response the state would otherwise automatically produce. The gap is where choice becomes available. A mind without that gap cannot choose. It can only continue in the direction the momentum of its established patterns is already carrying it. Developing mindfulness is developing the gap. The gap, once established as a reliable feature of the mind's operation, changes the texture of every difficult moment that comes after. Careful speech is the binding that holds the equipment together. A plow whose components come loose during the work causes immediate damage and requires the work to stop before it can resume. What a person says and how they say it, its honesty, its care, its attention to what the words do in the people who receive them, determines whether the relationships inside which practice is embedded hold together or generate damage that takes attention and energy away from the cultivation itself. Practice does not happen in isolation from the daily texture of a life lived among other people. The binding keeps the equipment intact enough for the work to continue through the full length of the season, through the days when conditions are favorable and the days when they are not. Right action clears the weeds. A field full of competing growth will not produce what it was cultivated for, regardless of how carefully every other element of the work has been managed. Actions generating harm to others introduce competing growth that consumes the conditions the intended crop requires. The clearing is practical maintenance, a life whose actions consistently work against the direction of the practice will produce what those actions generate rather than what the cultivation aims at, because the field is everything it contains across its whole extent. Effort drives the furrow forward across the full length of the field. The teaching describes effort as operating in 4 directions simultaneously, not creating fresh conditions for harm when the impulse arises, releasing harmful conditions when they are already present, actively cultivating beneficial conditions when the opportunity exists, and maintaining beneficial conditions once they have been established. These 4 together constitute the work of every ordinary day. They produce no visible drama in any individual practice session. They are the consistent movement of the plough across the full extent of the field, season after season, producing what consistent cultivation produces. The harvest from this cultivation, the Buddha said, is freedom from the craving that generates suffering. Kasi Bharadvaja stood at the edge of his field and heard this entire account delivered in the vocabulary of his own work. He had not been given abstract philosophy held at a comfortable distance from the texture of a practical life. He had been given an account of cultivation, the same fundamental activity he had been engaged in on this land for decades, mapped precisely onto the interior of a mind. The equipment was different. The logic was identical. Prepare the ground, plant the right things in it, tend it consistently through conditions you cannot control, and when the season is right, the field produces what it was capable of producing all along. He stood there with the smell of turned earth in the air, and 500 ploughs working behind him, and the framework was entirely legible. He filled a bronze bowl with milk rice and offered it to the Buddha. He asked to receive the teaching as a layman, a person with 500 ploughs and the full weight of a practical life, who intended to bring this cultivation into the days he was already living, in the field he already knew. Kasi Bharadvaja did not give up his field. This is worth holding directly. The path the Buddha described did not require abandoning ordinary life in favor of some more spiritually qualified version of it. It required bringing a specific quality of cultivation into the life already being lived, to the conversation that is about to go badly, to the moment when the familiar machinery wants to engage, to the quality of attention available to the work currently being done and the person currently present. The field for this cultivation already exists in every life. It exists in the texture of ordinary Tuesday mornings, in the specific moment when something goes wrong and the established spiral begins, in the daily accumulation of small choices about where attention goes and what the mind does with what it finds there. What the teaching provides is the seed, the rain, the plough, and the understanding of what the cultivation is for. The 8 areas of practice move across 3 broad territories that operate together and cannot be developed effectively in isolation from each other. The first territory covers how a person acts in the world, speech, physical action, and livelihood across ordinary hours. These three together determine the quality of the field in which everything else must grow. A person whose daily actions consistently generate harm to those around them is working in a field that keeps producing the specific conditions that make the inner cultivation harder. Speech that misleads, action that exploits, work that requires others to be damaged in its practice. Each introduces competing growth that consumes what the intended crop requires. The care brought to this first territory is the guiding pole, and the weeding brought into the full width of an ordinary life. It is the maintenance condition without which the rest of the cultivation cannot proceed cleanly, because what a person does with their body and voice across ordinary hours shapes the specific conditions in which the mind then attempts its own training. It comes first in the teaching structure not as a moralistic gateway, but as the ground preparation that makes everything following it possible. The second territory covers the direct training of the mind, effort, mindfulness, and the development of sustained attention. This is the consistent rein and the sharp plowshare applied to the interior of a mind that has been running on its habitual momentum, largely unexamined, for most of its life. What this training requires in practice is less dramatic than it tends to sound when stated formally. It is the repeated return to present moment awareness across ordinary days, noticing when the mind has moved into its familiar spiral and returning before the spiral has completed its course, developing the capacity to sustain attention on what is actually present rather than on the narration the mind produces about what is present. The training accumulates through exactly this kind of consistent, unglamorous return. After months of genuine practice, the mind a person returns to is different from the one they started with, more available to what is present, less automatically driven by established patterns, more capable of the gap between stimulus and response, in which a considered response becomes an actual possibility rather than a foregone conclusion. The change is invisible from the outside in any individual day's practice. Across a season of genuine effort, it becomes unmistakable. The third territory covers how clearly experience is seen. Clear seeing here means the capacity to observe how experience is constructed moment by moment, craving arising in contact with the pleasant, aversion arising in contact with the unpleasant, the impermanence of both, the constructed nature of the self that appears to stand behind the process and manage it from a safe distance. This territory requires the first two to have developed sufficiently to provide the conditions it needs. The first territory reduces the friction that obscures clear perception. The second makes subtle mechanisms visible that the unexamined mind moves through without registering. When seeing has become clear enough to confirm the teaching at the level of direct experience, rather than intellectual agreement, something in the practice becomes self-sustaining in a way that motivated effort alone cannot produce. A person who has directly seen, even once, even briefly, that the adding is a process the mind is performing rather than a truth the situation contains, has a form of knowing that changes the entire orientation of the practice. The harvest develops progressively and is visible in ordinary life well before any complete attainment has been established. A person practicing consistently across months will notice specific changes in the texture of difficult experience. The error that previously generated extended self-recrimination is seen as an error, something that happened, with consequences that can be addressed without becoming the occasion for an extended interior prosecution of the person's fundamental adequacy. The difficult conversation that previously occupied 2 hours of mental rehearsal afterward occupies less. The morning restlessness appears less reliably and passes more quickly when it does appear. The persistent sense that something is not quite right, which follows a person through circumstances that look entirely fine from the outside, that quality becomes less constant, less adhesive. Each of these changes is modest in itself. Their cumulative effect across a life of genuine practice is a progressive increase in how much of that life is actually lived, rather than spent managing the aftermath of what has already happened. The harvest itself is freedom from the automatic machinery that turns plain experience into elaborated suffering. Difficulty is still difficult. Loss is still loss. Impermanence continues to operate in everything that matters. What changes is how much of the mind's available attention is consumed in the aftermath of plain experience, and how much becomes available for what is actually present in the current moment. A life in which more of what is present is actually received, rather than processed at a careful distance behind a continuous narration about what it all means, is a life more fully and genuinely lived. That progressive increase in the quality of presence is the harvest that does not disappoint, because it deepens through the cultivation itself, regardless of what any particular season delivers. A wandering stranger spent years walking toward a teaching he could not have named. He had been preparing the ground without knowing that was what the walking was for. He arrived one evening at a potter's house on a road like any other road, asked if he could rest there overnight, and was told yes. Another traveler had already settled in ahead of him. They shared the space in the ordinary way that travelers share space when the night has come and the morning's next stage has not yet been determined. What passed between them before the night ended, the teaching the stranger received from the man he did not yet know, was the Buddha in that unremarkable place, under those entirely ordinary conditions, is the fifth part of what this video has been building toward. How the four truths hold together in a single understanding, why cessation is possible at all, and why ground prepared across years of walking can receive, in a potter's house on an otherwise ordinary evening, exactly what it has spent years being prepared for. Pukusati had been walking for months before he arrived at the potter's house. He came from Taxila, a city in the northwest of the Indian subcontinent, known for its scholarly traditions and teachers of many kinds. He had been a merchant of standing there a man with a life that provided everything external measurement considers adequate and a little more. The accounts in the tradition describe him receiving news of the Buddha not through hearsay, but through a letter from a king who had encountered the teaching himself and wanted to share what he had found with someone he genuinely respected. The letter described the quality of a mind that had understood something about the nature of experience with sufficient depth that it showed in how the man moved through the world, in the quality of attention he brought to whatever was in front of him, in the specific stillness of someone who had arrived somewhere that most people never reach. Pukusati read it with care. Something in the reading landed with the weight of recognition, the quieter quality of encountering a description of what has been true for a long time and has not yet been named. He gave up his household. He took robes. He began walking south toward the middle country where the Buddha was teaching. The walking itself matters to this story. Pukusati was not traveling to a confirmed address. He had no reliable description of what the Buddha looked like, no community to guide him toward a specific monastery, no itinerary confirmed in advance. He walked toward a teaching he could not have precisely described, sustained by the specific quality of orientation that years of genuine seeking develops in a person, the readiness that recognizes what it has been looking for when conditions finally bring them together, without requiring prior confirmation that this will be what it turns out to be. A person walking towards something they can name, but not describe, has a specific quality of attention that differs from ordinary purposeful travel. There is no accumulation of certainties along the way, no evidence building toward confirmation that the destination exists. Each day's walking is undertaken with the same provisional faith as the previous days, and the only thing changing across the months is the accumulated distance. Pukusati walked with this quality through the whole span of the journey. He did not know what arrival would look like. He knew only that he was oriented in the right direction, and that continuing was what the practice required of him. This quality, ground prepared, without knowing what seed it was being prepared for, is itself part of what the teaching in the potter's house that night was about. He arrived in Rajagaha as the evening light was failing. He needed shelter. He found a potter named Bhagava and asked if he could rest under his roof. The potter said yes, and mentioned that another wandering ascetic was already settled inside. Pukusati went in, found a place on the floor, offered the other man the appropriate greeting of one practitioner to another, and settled into his own practice for the night. The other man was the Buddha. Pukusati did not know this. They shared the space in the ordinary way that two strangers share space when the night has come and there is nothing to negotiate, each contained within his own attention, each occupied with his own interior work. The potter's house was the kind of structure that working people used across that region, functional, modest, built for the work it housed rather than for the comfort of those passing through it. Outside, the sounds of a town settling towards sleep. Inside, two wandering ascetics, and the specific quality of stillness that arrives in any place once the ordinary activity of the day has concluded. There was nothing to mark the occasion, no ceremony, no preparation, nothing to indicate that what was about to happen was anything other than two strangers sharing borrowed shelter from the dark. At some point in the shared quiet, the man Pukusati did not yet know began to teach. He began with the body, and with what the body is actually made of. 6 elements, he said. Earth, the quality of solidity in every solid thing the body contains. Bone and muscle and tissue shared with the solid things of the world outside the body. Water, the quality of fluidity in blood and the body's internal surfaces, shared with the fluid things of the world. Fire, the heat the body maintains and generates, shared with every warm thing in the world. Air, the quality of movement and breath, shared with every moving thing in the world. Space, the cavities and openings inside the body through which everything else moves, shared with the space of the world. And consciousness, the awareness that registers all of this, that notices the solidity and the fluidity and the heat and the movement and the space present and attending in this room on this particular night. None of these elements, he continued, is mine. The earth in this body was not produced by this body. It arrived from the earth of the world, through food, through the chain of processes by which the world continuously becomes the body, and the body continuously returns to the world again. The same is true of each element in turn. The body is a temporary convergence of elements that belong to the world, moving through a form that has borrowed them for a limited time. It is a process currently in progress, held together by conditions that will eventually cease. Holding this understanding does not diminish the body's reality. The warmth is real. The breath is real. What changes is the quality of relationship the mind takes toward what it has been treating as a permanent possession and a fixed center of experience. A person who has genuinely received this understanding approaches even ordinary physical experience differently. The warmth of a cup in the hands remains pleasant. The coolness of night air on the skin remains what it is. Nothing is diminished, but the specific compulsion to hold on to the pleasant and push away the unpleasant shifts in quality, because the thing that was being held onto and pushed from, the permanent possession that owned the experience, has been recognized as a process rather than a fixed entity. This recognition changes the ground on which everything else in the teaching then stands. Pukusati listened. He had encountered teachings about the body's impermanence before. Various traditions in the world he had grown up in addressed this in comparable ways. What was different here was the direction the account was building toward. It was not an ending point. It was preparing the ground for something more precise, an account of what the mind does with experience, moment by moment, and what that doing produces in the texture of a lived life. Contact, the teacher said. When any of the 6 elements meets a corresponding object in the world, contact occurs. The eye meets a visible form. The ear meets a sound. The body meets a texture, a temperature, a pressure. The mind meets a thought, a memory, an anticipation. Contact is simply what happens when a sense and its object meet, and it happens continuously across every waking hour, beneath the level of deliberate attention, a constant stream of small encounters that together constitute the lived experience of being a body in a world full of things it continuously meets. From contact, feeling arises. The word here means something more specific than emotion. It names the basic quality of pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral that accompanies every moment of contact. The hand meets the warmth of a cup of tea, and the warmth is pleasant. The same hand meets a sharp edge, and the contact is unpleasant. The eye moves across a plain wall, and the contact is neither. This quality arises automatically, prior to any decision or interpretation. It is the raw material of experience before the mind has done anything deliberate with it. And the stream of this raw material, pleasant, unpleasant, neutral, moment after moment throughout every ordinary day, is what the mind is continuously working with in ways that most people have never paused to examine. Then the teacher said the thing that Pukasati had spent months walking toward without being able to name what he was walking toward. What the mind ordinarily does with this raw material is reach toward the pleasant, wanting more, away from the unpleasant, wanting it to stop or not return, past the neutral, scanning already for something more worthy of attention. This reaching, automatic, habitual, operating largely below the level of conscious awareness, is the craving identified in the second part of the teaching as the cause of suffering. What makes this account so precise is where it locates the origin of the reaching, not in dramatic ambition or obviously destructive desire, but in the most ordinary moment of experience, the fraction of a second between a feeling arising and the mind beginning its habitual movement toward or away from what the feeling contains. Consider what this means across a single morning. The alarm sounds, unpleasant contact, the mind moves toward the quiet that would make it stop. The first cup of tea, pleasant contact, the mind moves toward extending the pleasure. A memory of yesterday's unfinished difficulty, unpleasant contact, the mind moves towards suppression or the distraction that would briefly provide relief. Each of these movements is small. Each produces a brief trace of the reaching quality in the mind. By midday, the reaching pattern has reinforced itself dozens of times. By evening, the specific, mild exhaustion that most people attribute to the demands of the day is partly the exhaustion of a mind that has been reaching all day without noticing it. The grinding quality that runs beneath ordinary experience is not produced by any single contact. It accumulates from the continuous adding of the reaching to each contact, compounding across the waking hours into the low, persistent sense that something is not quite right about the present arrangement of things. Pukusati sat in complete stillness and felt the mechanism operating in the present moment as it was being described. The pleasant quality of a teaching reaching him exactly where years of preparation had arranged for it to land. The reaching toward more of it. The awareness of that reaching arising in the listening itself. The gap between the awareness and the reaching, precisely the gap the teacher was describing, present in the room in the most immediate form possible. The teaching was not pointing at something distant. It was pointing at what was happening now, in this specific quality of receiving. The teacher continued, when the craving is not automatically followed, when awareness meets the reaching before it has completed, the chain that ordinarily leads from feeling to craving to elaborated suffering does not run its full course. Contact still occurs. Feeling still arises. The pleasant remains pleasant, and the unpleasant remains unpleasant. What changes is what the mind does in the following fraction of a second. The automatic movement of craving does not follow, and what craving ordinarily adds to experience is not added. Experience can then be met directly, fully present with what is here, without the specific compulsion to make it other than what it is. This is the philosophical ground on which the whole teaching stands. Things arise when conditions are present, and cease when conditions are absent. Nothing arises randomly, and nothing persists independently of what is sustaining it. Suffering arises when craving meets feeling in the habitual way, and the chain runs its full course. When that meeting is interrupted by clear seeing, what the meeting ordinarily produces does not arise. The first part of the teaching, that suffering exists, is explained by this. Suffering is conditionally produced. The second, that craving is its cause, is explained by this. Craving is the specific link in the chain where the adding occurs. The third, that cessation is possible, is confirmed by this. A conditionally produced chain can be interrupted at the point where conditions are being added. The fourth, the path, is the cultivation of the conditions that make that interruption progressively more available across the ordinary days of an ordinary life. The 4 parts are not 4 separate teachings requiring individual acceptance. They are 4 facets of a single understanding: how suffering is built, from what it is built, where the building can be interrupted, and how consistent practice develops the capacity for that interruption across months and years of genuine effort. Pukusati sat with this through the hours of that night. At some point, in the way genuine understanding sometimes completes itself through full recognition, rather than through accumulation of further information, something shifted in him that the tradition describes precisely: the first stage of awakening, in which the mechanism has been seen clearly enough that the direction of practice cannot be reversed. A person who has directly seen how suffering is constructed cannot unsee it. The habitual patterns do not dissolve in a single night. What changes is what the patterns operate inside. a mind that now sees the reaching as reaching, rather than inhabiting the reaching from inside it without any distance, is a genuinely different mind in its relationship to experience. The craving still arises. The contacts and feelings still occur. What has changed is the gap, now consistently available in a way it was not consistently available before, between the feeling arising and the habitual movement following it. That gap was present in Pukasati before the sky outside the potter's walls began to lighten. When there was enough light to see clearly, he asked the man across the room, "Who are you?" The man said, "I am Gautama." Pukasati was quiet for a moment. Then he rose, approached, and expressed his respect in the form the tradition prescribed. He said he had been walking for months hoping to reach this teacher, and that the teacher had been here in a potter's house, and he had not known it until now. He asked to be received as a student, and eventually as a monk. The Buddha agreed, and told him to find a robe and a bowl, so that the ordination could proceed in the proper form. Pukasati left the potter's house to find what he needed. On the road, he was struck by a stray cow and killed. When the Buddha was told, he named what had been established in Pukasati before the end of that night. A genuine and irreversible shift in understanding, the first stage of awakening, the point from which the direction of practice cannot be reversed. The ordination, the robe, the formal continuation, these are the forms liberation takes in a life that goes on. Pukasati's life did not go on. The cow was a cow on a road, moving from its own conditions, producing what it produced. The tradition makes no claim that this was deserved consequence, and no part of this teaching softens the plain fact: a man killed on a morning road after finding what he had spent months walking toward. What the tradition records clearly is the quality of what had been established before the road ended, and it records it without hesitation. The ending carries its own teaching. The third part of the teaching claims that cessation is not contingent on circumstances remaining favorable. Mahasilava demonstrated this in a charnel ground, his kingdom lost and his body buried. Pukasati demonstrates it at the most irreducible level. What was established in him in the potter's house did not depend on what the road chose to do the following morning. The interior shift was established through its own conditions and was not undone by external ones. Liberation in this teaching is a quality of relationship to experience that circumstances can no longer reliably disturb, and a stray cow on a morning road is not a counterexample. Every section of this video has shown one face of what Pukasati received in the potter's house. Vasithi's wandering showed where suffering lives when a life's organizing center is suddenly gone, the mind continuing the movement the life had trained it for, searching the space where the presence used to be. Magandia's anger showed how craving protects itself from recognition, the resistance the mechanism generates when the teaching gets close enough to disturb what the mechanism depends on. Mahasilava in the charnel ground showed what becomes available when the adding stops, experience met without the mind's compulsion to make it other than it is, even in conditions where that compulsion would seem inevitable. Kasi Bharadvaja's field showed the cultivation through which this capacity develops in ordinary language and through the logic of ordinary work. And Pukusati's night showed all four held together, how suffering is constructed from the raw material of contact and feeling and habitual reaching, how the chain can be interrupted at the point where awareness meets the adding before the adding has completed, and why the preparation a person brings to the moment of genuine teaching determines what that teaching can produce when conditions finally bring it home. The teaching has one more movement, and it is the one most immediately applicable to a life lived in its ordinary form. A woman named Damadina sat with her former husband and answered every question he brought her about the four parts of the teaching. Each answer was precise, technically complete, and confirmed by the Buddha without a single revision. What she demonstrated was something the potter's house and the charnel ground and the field could only approach, that the teaching does not require extraordinary circumstances, dramatic encounters, or months of walking towards something that cannot yet be named. It lives in an ordinary conversation between two people who know each other well, in the specific texture of a familiar exchange, going exactly as deep as complete understanding goes, which turns out, as the next section will show, to be very deep indeed. Visakha and Damadina had been married in Rajagaha for years when something changed in her. The texts do not describe the process of that change in detail. What they record is the outcome. She came to Visakha one day and asked to be released from the marriage so that she could ordain and practice the teaching in the form her understanding now required. She had been a laywoman of standing in a prosperous household, living the full texture of a domestic life, with all that such a life contains, the management of a home, the relationships with family and community, the specific daily rhythms of a life organized around shared responsibilities, and the ordinary human work of building something durable with another person across years. She was not leaving because the life was difficult or because the relationship had failed. Something had shifted in her understanding, and the shift required a different form of attention to be followed with the full seriousness it deserved. This kind of departure is among the most difficult to explain to someone who has not experienced the specific quality of understanding that makes it feel not like a choice, but like a recognition. A person who has understood something deeply enough that the current form of their life can no longer fully contain what the understanding requires, tends to find the departure not dramatic, but simply accurate. The natural movement of a life that has grown in a direction the current container was not built for. Damadina was not unhappy with Visakha. She was clear about what she needed, and the clarity had the quality of something that had been building toward expression for long enough that when it finally expressed itself, it felt complete and inevitable, rather than impulsive. Visakha listened. He gave her what she asked for with the specific quality of respect a person extends when they recognize something genuine in another person, even when that genuine thing is moving in a direction they cannot yet follow themselves. There are moments in close relationships when one person's clarity about what they need becomes a kind of gift to the person receiving it, even when what they are being given is the other person's departure. What Visakha was given was the sight of someone choosing a path with complete sincerity, the specific quality of commitment in her that would not bend toward convenience or the comfort of what was already built and familiar. He could recognize that quality even without fully understanding where it came from. He gave her what she asked for. The generosity of that giving was its own form of understanding if he could not yet have named what he was understanding. She left and practiced with the full commitment of someone who has set down the actual daily texture of a comfortable life, not comfort as an idea. She did not practice at the edge of her life while maintaining the rest of it intact. She had reorganized entirely around the practice, which is what the ordination meant in practice rather than in ceremony. The tradition records that her understanding developed with notable speed. The language it uses suggests a mind that had been prepared in ways that became available once the conditions for full practice were present. The years in the household had done something in her that she had not been doing deliberately. Living carefully, attending honestly to the texture of experience across the ordinary difficulties and satisfactions of a domestic life, working through what the life provided without either avoiding it or exaggerating it. These had cultivated ground that the practice could then work with directly. Preparation that does not look like preparation from inside it is still preparation. The ground was ready, and practice in those conditions moved quickly because the ground had been quietly prepared for a long time before the formal cultivation began. Visakha, back in Rajagaha, continued his own practice after her departure. He had always been a serious person, and her leaving gave his seriousness a direction it had not previously had. Witnessing a genuine transformation in someone close sometimes opens a door in a person that remained closed while that person was present, as though the specific quality of their change makes visible a possibility that had previously been abstract. He began studying and practicing in earnest. His questions grew alongside his practice, and there came a time when the questions had matured past what he could resolve through his own effort alone. He needed to bring them to someone who could answer them from the inside of genuine understanding. He went to find Damodinar. She had returned to the vicinity of Rajagaha and was living there. The meeting was arranged with the formality appropriate to a conversation between a layman seeking instruction and a monastic capable of offering it. The specific formality of the occasion bracketed the history of who they had been to each other, not erasing it, but setting it aside in the way that any genuine conversation sets aside whatever is not relevant to the quality of the exchange taking place. He asked for permission to question her. She said, "Ask whatever you wish, and whatever I understand, I will explain." The simplicity of her offer was itself an indication. She was not offering to share information she had learned, but to describe what she could directly see. Visakha asked his first question. What is identity? Damodinar's answer was immediate and specific. Identity, she said, is the 5 ways we cling to experience. We cling to the body, treating it as a fixed possession that belongs to a stable self, and is that self's most immediate territory. We cling to feeling, the stream of pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral sensations that arises through contact with the world, treating them as things that happen to a person who stands behind them as their permanent owner and manager. We cling to perception, to the organizing categories through which raw sensory input is sorted into recognizable objects, situations, and meanings. We cling to mental formations, the habitual patterns of thought, intention, reaction, and emotional response that have been running through the mind across the years of a life until they feel like character rather than conditioning. And we cling to consciousness itself, the knowing quality that registers all the others, treating it as the most fundamental and permanent of all. Identity is the sum of this clinging, the process of grasping applied continuously to these 5 elements of experience, constructing through that application the sense of a continuous self who stands behind them and manages them from a stable center. What is the origin of identity? The craving, she said, that reaches toward the pleasant, toward the continuation of what is currently good, away from what is unpleasant, and toward its cessation. The grasping applies itself to the 5 elements and produces, through that application, the felt sense of a self who owns them. The self appears to be the one doing the wanting. The wanting is what is producing the self. This reversal is among the most counterintuitive movements in the entire teaching, and also among the most liberating once it has been directly seen. The self who appears to be doing the craving is itself a product of the craving, constructed and continuously reconstructed by the activity of grasping applied to the elements of experience as they arise. There is no fixed entity at the center doing the grasping. There is the grasping, and the sense of a center is what the grasping generates. Understanding this does not immediately dissolve the sense of center. It changes the relationship to it, from taking it as a given to recognizing it as a process that can be observed. And a process that can be observed is a process that can be worked with. What is the cessation of identity? The complete fading and cessation of that craving. Its abandonment, its relinquishment, its release, she said. When the craving ceases, the identity the craving was constructing ceases with it. What remains is experience continuing, contact, feeling, consciousness, awareness of the present moment, without the compulsive adding of grasping that had been turning each moment of experience into raw material for the construction of a permanent self. The world is still here. Other people are still here. Sensation continues. The difference is in the quality of what meets all of this. The specific compulsion to make each moment serve the ongoing project of being a particular self with particular needs is no longer operating. Experience met without that compulsion carries a quality the tradition describes as bliss, not a pleasant feeling layered over experience, but the quality of a mind that has set something very heavy down and found the setting down to be its own form of relief. What is the path to that cessation? The Noble Eightfold Path, she said. The 8 areas of practice whose logic Kasi Bharadvaja had recognized in the language of his field. Careful speech, ethical action, right livelihood, trained effort, developed mindfulness, concentrated attention, and the clear seeing that develops when all these have been cultivated with genuine consistency over genuine time. The path leads toward the quality of experience present before the craving organized itself around the construction of a defended self. In brief moments of genuine practice, it makes that quality available along the way before any complete attainment has been established as something the practitioner can recognize from inside their own experience, rather than simply know about from a description. The 4 questions had traced the full arc of the teaching precisely, from what suffering is, to what generates it, to what its cessation means, to how to cultivate the conditions for that cessation. Visakha had received 4 answers that together constituted, without abstraction, a complete account of what was happening in the texture of any ordinary day. Then he asked the question that took the conversation into its deepest territory. Are feelings the same as identity? Or are feelings one thing and identity another? This question appears to be a philosophical clarification, but is actually asking about the precise mechanics of how suffering is generated in the smallest possible unit of experience, the fraction of a second between a feeling arising and what the mind does with it. Feelings are neither identical to identity, Dhammadinna said, nor simply separate from it. The relationship is more specific than either framing captures. Feelings arise in the body through contact. When any sense meets its corresponding object, a feeling arises carrying the basic quality of pleasant, unpleasant, or neither. This feeling is, in itself, simply what it is, an event in experience, arising from specific conditions, passing when those conditions shift. It constructs nothing on its own. It does not produce a self or generate suffering simply by arising and passing. What produces identity from feelings is what the mind does in the moment after they arise, the automatic movement of craving toward the pleasant and away from the unpleasant, the organized activity of grasping meeting each feeling as it arrives and treating it as raw material for the ongoing construction of a self who owns the feelings and must manage their implications. Identity is built and reinforced in that meeting, in the fraction of a second between the feeling arising and the habitual reaching following it. Each time this occurs, the construction is reinforced, the sense of a continuous self who has had pleasant experiences and unpleasant experiences, and is navigating the stream of them towards something better, is generated again, made a little more solid, given a little more history to stand on. Across the thousands of such moments that constitute an ordinary waking day, this process of construction runs so consistently and so automatically that the self it produces feels entirely real, entirely stable, and entirely the kind of thing that manages feelings rather than being produced by them. Consider what this looks like in any ordinary morning. An unpleasant thought arises before the day has properly begun. A trace of yesterday's difficulty, a worry about something ahead, a brief image of something said or left unsaid. The feeling is unpleasant. This is simply what has arisen, a neutral description of a specific quality present in this moment of experience. What ordinarily follows, in the fraction of a second after the feeling arrives, is the activity of a self managing it, interpreting the feeling, relating it to other memories and anticipated futures, building from it a narrative about the person who is having it, and what the feeling reveals about that person's situation in the world. The narrative generates its own feelings. Those feelings generate further interpretation. The original thought, which lasted a fraction of a second, has become the seed of something occupying the next 20 minutes. An elaborate internal structure built from a single moment of contact, which would not have grown into that structure if the grasping had not immediately met the feeling and begun its work. What Dhammadina is pointing at is the specific step where this amplification begins, the fraction of a second gap between the feeling arising and the reaching following it. That gap is where the practice lives in its most immediate form, because that gap is where the choice between following the habitual reaching and not following it is actually available. A mind that sees the reaching as reaching in that moment, that has developed enough clarity to notice the movement before it has completed, is in a genuinely different relationship to experience from a mind moving through the same sequence without any space between the feeling arising and the full habitual response being engaged. The difference in any individual moment is small. Across months and years of genuine practice, the accumulated difference is what the cultivation of the Eightfold Path actually produces. The restlessness becomes less adhesive. The spiral after an unpleasant feeling runs a shorter course. The pleasant moment is received more fully because the mind is less occupied with the specific work of holding on to it. These changes are not dramatic in any single practice session. They are the harvest Kasi Bharadvaja understood when the Buddha described what the cultivation was for. Visakha took everything she had said and went directly to the Buddha. He reported the conversation in full and asked whether Dhammadina had answered correctly. The Buddha's response is recorded in the text with quiet completeness. "She has answered correctly," he said. "If you had asked me the same questions, I would have given you the same answers." Dhammadina is wise. She has the capacity to teach the teaching. There is nothing qualified about this confirmation. No asterisk, no modification, no single answer revised or softened. A woman who had been a married laywoman in a Rajagaha household, who had practiced seriously since her ordination, who brought no formal rank or institutional seniority, who had simply brought genuine attention to genuine practice over genuine time, had described the full depth of the Four Noble Truths, down to their most subtle implications, with complete accuracy. The Buddha confirmed her capacity to teach them to others, without qualification, without suggesting that formal training or institutional standing would have produced a more reliable account. Understanding lives wherever the conditions for it have been genuinely met, and the conditions have nothing to do with rank. This confirmation carries something specific for anyone who has listened this far. The teaching does not live in specialized roles or particular lineages, or the formal institutions that have carried it across the centuries. It lives in genuine understanding, and genuine understanding develops wherever genuine practice has met the actual texture of experience over real time. Dhammadinna practiced in the conditions she had. She brought the full quality of her available attention to what the practice asked of her across the years between her ordination and this conversation. What she demonstrated when Visakha came with his questions was the outcome of that work, understanding absorbed so completely into perception that it expressed itself without effort, the way a person with unimpeded sight describes what is simply visible from where they stand. The conversation happened on an ordinary day, in ordinary proximity, between two people who had known each other for years. The depth it reached was not produced by unusual conditions or specially configured circumstances. It was produced by genuine practice, meeting genuine questions in a space where both were taken with full seriousness. That space is available in any morning, in any conversation, in any life that has been bringing genuine attention to what the practice asks. The setting does not need to be formal. The questions do not need to be prepared in advance. The practice simply needs to have been met with the same quality of commitment Dhammadinna brought to it from the morning she left the household and reorganized entirely around what the understanding required. The mechanism she described operates right now in the experience of anyone listening. Contact is occurring continuously, the body in contact with the temperature of the room, with the surface it is resting on, with the sounds present in whatever space this listening is happening in. Feelings are arising from each of those contacts, each carrying its basic quality of pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral, each lasting a fraction of a second before the next arrives. The habitual reaching is meeting each of them in the way it has met them across years, moving toward the pleasant, away from the unpleasant, past the neutral, in search of something with more content. The gap between the feeling arising and the reaching following it is present in this breath. Practice develops the consistent availability of the awareness that can see that gap before the reaching has completed, not in extraordinary conditions, not in formally configured practice settings only, but in this ordinary hour, in whatever circumstances this listening is embedded in. All 6 sections of this video have been describing the same mechanism from different angles. Vasithi's wandering showed what happens when the organizing center of a life is suddenly gone and the reaching continues without anything to reach. Magandia's anger showed how craving protects itself from recognition in a person who loved genuinely, but could not see the grasping woven through the love. Mahasilava in the charnel ground showed what the mind is capable of when the second layer, the adding to what is already present, is not operating. Kasi Bharadvaja's field showed the path as cultivation rather than attainment, accessible from exactly where a person currently stands. Pukusati's night in the potter's house showed how months of preparation and a single night of genuine teaching together produce what neither could produce alone. And Damadina sat with her former husband and described the mechanism itself, the specific meeting between feeling and grasping that generates the sense of a self-managing experience, the gap in which that generation can be interrupted, and the quality of what remains when the interruption becomes consistent enough to constitute genuine liberation. The teaching the Buddha organized into 4 parts on the night he first taught it has been in the world for 2,500 years. It met Vasithi on a road. It met a practical farmer standing in his field. It met a wandering stranger on a potter's floor. It is available in the same form in any ordinary morning, in the specific texture of the present moment, in the gap between this feeling and what the mind is about to do with it. That gap is where everything the teaching has described lives in its most immediate and practical form. It is available right now, in this breath, in this moment, in the specific conditions of this particular life, exactly as it currently stands. The conditions are these conditions. The practice begins here. The opening of this video asked one question. What did the Buddha say about why life hurts? 6 people carried that question through their lives before it was named directly. Vasithi wandered the roads near Mithila, carrying it in her hands and her arms, and the specific absence where children used to be. Magandia carried it as anger, which is one of the forms it takes when the mechanism is operating too close to the center of a life to be seen clearly. Mahasilava carried it buried to his neck in a charnel ground and found something in himself that the darkness and the jackals and the loss of an entire kingdom could not reach. Kasi Bharadvaja carried it in his field and recognized it the moment it was given back to him in the language he had worked in his whole life. Pukusati carried it for months on a road heading south and found it on an ordinary floor on an otherwise ordinary night. Damadina carried it into the gap between a feeling arising and the reaching following it, and described what she found there with a precision the Buddha confirmed without a single revision. The answer has 4 parts. Suffering is real. It arises from craving. Craving can cease. There is a path. The path runs through the texture of exactly the life you are already living. It begins in the next moment you notice the reaching before it has completed. Wherever you are listening from tonight, whatever form of the wheels grinding is present in your life right now, that moment is closer than it has ever been.
its substance. In the GMC Sierra. Or get a total value of over $8,000 on this Sierra 1500 model.
What time is it?
Tonight, we will not fight the mind. We will not try to force it into submission. Instead, we will embark on a gentle journey into the heart of Zen wisdom. These teachings, honed over centuries, are not complicated philosophies to be memorized. They are simple, profound truths that act like a gentle hand, guiding us away from the noise of our thoughts and back to the quiet sanctuary that exists within us. They are invitations to see our own minds, not as enemies to be conquered, but as a vast sky that can hold every cloud of thought and emotion. We will explore this path through quiet stories and simple practices, learning not to silence the mind, but to find a peace that is not disturbed by its movement. Welcome to Sleepy Monk. This is your space, a refuge where you can lay down your burdens and be held in stillness. There is nothing you need to accomplish here, no state of mind you need to achieve. Simply allow my voice to be a gentle guide. Let these words be like a quiet stream washing over you, carrying away the dust of the day. For now, all that is asked of you is to breathe, to feel the gentle rise and fall of your own body. Our path into stillness begins with a kind and honest look at the nature of our own mind. It starts by acknowledging the constant hum of activity, the restless energy that so often keeps us awake. In Zen, this is sometimes called the monkey mind, a beautiful and accurate description of the way our awareness leaps from one branch of thought to another without rest, grabbing for a worry, then a memory, then a fantasy, in an endless, agitated dance. This is not a sign that you are broken. It is the untrained nature of the mind. The path to peace does not lie in caging the monkey, but in learning to sit with it, to watch its antics with a gentle, friendly patience until it, too, learns to be still. There is an old story of a young painter named Kai who lived in a village at the edge of a great, still lake. Kai's one ambition was to paint the perfect reflection of the full moon on the water's surface. He wanted to capture its perfect, silver stillness, its serene and silent light. Each month, on the night of the full moon, he would take his finest brushes and silks down to the shore. But each time, he would be defeated by the slightest imperfection. A gentle breeze would send 1,000 tiny ripples across the water, shattering the moon into a